morning, everybody. Welcome. Good morning. Good morning. Hopefully, everybody can hear me out there. Welcome to Worldwide Sport Updates, your podcast, your news on your Sunday morning edition. It is 8 a.m., folks, Sunday, October 17, 2021. So how's everybody doing this morning on your beautiful Sunday? Of course, 46 degrees outside. Can't even ask for a better Sunday morning as we speak. Yesterday, we came on here. We talked a lot of college football games that transpired on Saturday. Today, of course, we're going to recap college football games in Week 7. Also, we're going to go through NBA games. We're going to talk NBA. Actually, we're going to only focus on NBA news. If anything comes around us, we will bring it to you, to your attention, of course, later on today. And also things to look forward to in the NBA perspective side of things, as the NBA officially makes its regular season debut on Tuesday. So we'll get to all the games coming up here. Today, it's all about the NFL, folks. We're going to talk about the NFL, Week 6 of the NFL. We're going to give you some predictions. We're going to give you some highlights, analysis of what we think is going to transpire with all the games that are going to happen and unfold today in the NFL. We're going to talk Major League Baseball playoffs. Also, we're going to talk injuries. I got a lot of injuries, a list of injuries to go over of all the people that are not going to be in participation either they're not going to be participating today, they're not going to play today, or they're just out because of injuries, probably for the remainder of the season. And we'll get to all that. So we got injuries we're going to go over in the NFL. We're going to talk some fantasy sports the injuries are going to impact fantasy football for all the fantasy people that play fantasy football out there. And also, college football Week 7. We're going to get to college football Week 7. We'll recap all the games that transpired on college football Saturday. We had a little bit of late upsets for the late games also last night that came in as I was watching college football a little bit. I did watch a little bit of the games last night that were going on. And we did see a little bit of more upsets that were coming in. So we'll get to all those games coming up. And that's pretty much your highlight of the day here on this Sunday, folks. Good morning, everybody. Again, welcome to Worldwide Sport Updates on your Sunday edition, your podcast, your news. Your host, pretty much, on each given week, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Fridays and Saturdays. Tune in 7 p.m. to 11 p.m., 4-hour show. And Sunday morning, as we speak today, 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. Eastern time. So, hey, everybody, hopefully you're having a great Sunday morning and everybody's just waking up right now, enjoying their coffee or heading to work on this Sunday. So what a great way to start your Sunday, listening to me, of course, giving you all the sports updates that are going to be happening, not just, in the perspective of recapping college football games, but we're talking about the NFL and today's perspective point of view. All right. So again, welcome everybody. This is what we're here for. This is our dedication and commitment to you. And we're about to get started with the latest update on Major League Baseball updates. So yesterday we had a couple games in in Major League Baseball playoffs. We had the Red Sox versus the Houston Astros. Again, congratulations to one Major League Baseball guy made Major League Baseball playoff history in the playoffs. And I think the first 2 innings of the game, he hit 2 grand slams against the Houston Astros at Minute Maid Park. And congratulations to him, and the Red Sox prevailed, folks. They definitely prevailed. Final score was 9 by the Boston Red Sox and Houston Astros 5. So, yeah, final score was 9-5 there. And, again, congratulations to a great Boston Red Sox team that started fast. They started fast and they answered fast after losing Game 1 of the American League Championship Series round to the Houston Astros at Minute Maid Park. They lost to them 5-4 in the first round of the championship series. And what a great way to answer back. They started fast and they prevailed. They prevailed, folks. They tied up the series one apiece. One apiece they did. So great stuff by the Boston Red Sox. I guess Houston just had no answer for them yesterday, and I guess that's what it's all about. And the natural of sports, keeping everything juiced up and making an interesting ball game, of course. So 9-5 was your final score there. I think again, Austin Riley. It was a walk-off single at the bottom of the ninth that actually secured Boston's victory. And again, Boston made all kinds of history last night, folks. Again, JD Martinez, the first two games of Game 2, hitting 2 grand slams to make Major League Baseball history. And, folks, Boston prevailed. Boston Red Sox prevailed. So, again, final score was 9, Boston, Houston Astros 5. Another score that we had yesterday, ladies and gentlemen, Game 1 of the National League Championship Series. Los Angeles Dodgers versus the Atlanta Braves. Unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, the Braves won that game. Yeah, the Braves picked up Game 1 of the National League Championship Series, folks. So, congratulations to the Atlanta Braves on picking up Game 1 of the National League Championship Series. And speaking of Austin Riley, that was the walk-off single, ladies and gentlemen, in the bottom of the ninth by the Atlanta Braves. So it was a walk-off single, and Austin Riley prevailed for the Atlanta Braves. So, 3-2 was your final score, ladies and gentlemen, in that ball game there. And the Braves are up now 1-0 in the National League Championship Series against the Dodgers. Something to look forward to there, huh? So, so congratulations to the Atlanta Braves, making very things interesting, and what a good way to start in the National League Championship Series, of course. So 3-2 was your final score in the National League Championship Series. So great, interesting Major League Baseball playoffs matchups that are transpiring right in front of us. So again, good stuff. Good stuff. I mean, and ladies and gentlemen, I think we did talk about this last night. Who do you guys love to see that? Which teams do you really love to see to represent in the World Series? Do you love to see the Dodgers versus the Houston Astros? Do you love to see the Dodgers versus the Red Sox? Do you love to see the Braves versus the Houston Astros? Or do you love to see the Braves versus the Boston Red Sox? And another matchup that kind of is making me think that could possibly happen. You never know. I mean, things could get really interesting in the National Championship Series round and the American League Championship Series round. It could possibly be Mookie Betts facing his former team, the Boston Red Sox, in the World Series. So something to definitely look forward to, possibly, as we get closer and closer to the World Series championship here, as October comes to a close and November pretty much is here and knocking on our doorstep. Can you believe October is almost over, though? So that's pretty much it for Major League Baseball playoffs, ladies and gentlemen. We had Boston who prevailed, tied the series again, one game apiece. Series is tied 1-1, beating the Houston Astros 9-5 yesterday. And the National League Championship Series, we had the Atlanta Braves prevail on a walk-off single by Austin Riley in the bottom of the ninth to prevail 3-2 against the Los Angeles Dodgers. And the game is now in Atlanta Braves' hands with a 1-0 series lead in that game. So interesting stuff. All right, so lots to go over on this Sunday morning. We're just trying to get adjusted here and get everybody to get on here and talk sports with us on this Sunday morning. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome again on your Sunday. Worldwide Sport Updates, your podcast, your news, to delivering sports each and every week, throughout the week, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, that we are committed to you, delivering sports to you guys throughout the week on those 3 days that were scheduled live. This Friday we were supposed. I mean, we were not scheduled for a live podcast. We had to distribute a recorded podcast. It is live and for everybody to view on YouTube channel, and it's on Facebook and Twitter and Instagram and everywhere that you see you come across your social media platforms. Also, we have a podcast phone number. Please call me if you'd like to be on the air. 610-770-3698. That is 610-770-3698. We'll get you guys on the air. We would love to hear your voices. To all the sports fans out there that loves the nature of sports, that would like to interact with sports, that would like to talk sports, that would like to argue sports, that would like to debate sports, you guys name it. We're here. We're here for you. We're here for you. We're dedicated for you. We do this out of the goodness of our heart, folks. And this is what it's truly all about. We wake up early. We wake up late. We wake up each and every day where it matters the most to do this for you guys, to talk sports and interact with sports and just bringing the community together and hearing from you guys each and every day. So it's really a blessing. It's truly amazing stuff nonetheless. Just having a lot of interacting people in our community here in the state of Pennsylvania, and again, worldwide, wherever you guys are tuning in, whether it could be international or, just across 2 blocks away from me, or whether it's in a different state, we're here for you guys. We're committed to you all over the world. Again, we are streaming on Facebook this morning, on YouTube channel. Yes, our very own YouTube channel. Subscribe to Worldwide Sport Updates. It's in one word, folks. Worldwide Sport Updates, our own very YouTube channel. We are actually streaming live right now on that platform, and we're actually streaming on Twitter. Yes, we are streaming on Twitter, folks. Worldwide Sport Updates. That's where it is. To getting the latest updates on your sports, nonetheless. So this is what we're here, and this is what we're committed to. So again, everybody, hopefully you are enjoying your Sunday. Hopefully everybody also had a great weekend. I know a lot of people went out this weekend to the movie theaters and they watched Halloween Kills. Again, Michael Myers finally is bringing his records into cinema. Very good. I mean, again, there's so many kills during that movie again. So and a lot of people are actually going to the theaters tonight to watch it too. So if anybody didn't watch it Friday or Saturday, tonight is also the night to go to the theaters again and enjoy a great movie with popcorn and sodas and everything like that. So yeah, so it's going to be actually a great Sunday nonetheless. It is going to be a great Sunday, isn't it? So awesome stuff. All right. So this is what we're here for, ladies and gentlemen. 4 hours. If you guys would like to talk sports, please call. I'll get you guys on the air. Please comment also in the comment section. Anything that you guys like to talk about this morning, we're here for you. So I know there was some UFC matches last night as well. Anybody, all my boxing fans out there, if you'd like to talk some boxing, yes, we're here for you nonetheless. So we'll talk boxing if it needs to be. Again, we will talk college football, recap week 7 of college football. We're going to get to those latest games in a couple minutes. And we're going to talk actually the official debut of the NBA, the regular season that kicks off on Tuesday, October 19th. So we have 2 games that are scheduled for the debut of the NBA regular season. And we'll get to that in a couple minutes. So let's talk college football. All right, let's go over the college football games that did transpire in front of us last night. All right, so here are the college football games to go over, ladies and gentlemen. Again, we had some late games that came with upsets last night and going into yesterday. Again, we had a lot of upset games that we need to go and bring to everybody's attention. And this is what we're here for. We're going to do that right now. So here's college. Again, Penn State was on a bye week, of course. And also coming in, Sean Clifford is expected to play this upcoming Saturday, folks. They'll be going up against Illinois at 12 p.m. Eastern time. So to all my Penn State Nittany Lions fans out there, Penn State is scheduled to play this upcoming Saturday, coming from their bye week. and they definitely needed it after Sean Clifford went out with that injury in Week 6 against the Iowa Hawkeyes. And speaking of the Iowa Hawkeyes, they had a game yesterday. They were ranked number 2 in School Nation. They got their first loss of the season, losing to an unranked team, ladies and gentlemen. They lost to Purdue. Who is unranked. 24-7 was your final score there. Speaking of college rankings, they are supposed to go out today. Unfortunately, we won't be able to give it to you because the rankings do not go out until 2 p.m. Eastern time. But we will distribute it on our sports page nonetheless. But the college football rankings are supposed to go out to the public for everybody to view, 2 o'clock p.m. Eastern time this afternoon. So we will bring it to your attention, of course, and we'll see where where Iowa Hawkeyes will be falling. I hopefully they don't fall by much, but I know they're going to be falling though in the college rankings. So we will definitely stay tuned for that, and we'll bring you to the latest updates on exactly where the Hawkeyes will be sitting at. So it'll be going live today in public for everybody to view the college rankings at 2 p.m. Eastern time. All right. So before I do get to college football games, there is an early game today in the NFL. All right. I do want to get this out of the way before I talk college football games. I'm sorry about that, folks. There is an early bird game today. The Jacksonville Jaguars are traveling to London this morning to face the Miami Dolphins. So let's get to the Jacksonville Jaguars versus the Miami Dolphins game. The game is scheduled for 9:30 a.m. So we're going to give you our predictions for that game and some analysis, what I think you're breaking down exactly who has the chance, who has the upper hand going into that game. Now, last week, we had the Jets versus the Atlanta Falcons at London, folks. And again, we thought the Jets had the upper hand after beating the Tennessee Titans in Week 4 matchup. Week 5, they traveled up to London, and we thought the Jets were going to be carrying that momentum going up to London to face the Atlanta Falcons. But ladies and gentlemen, the Atlanta Falcons prevailed. They beat the New York Jets 27-20. And the Jets were my favorite in that football game. But again, they lost. They fall to 1-4. And the Falcons improved to 2-3 on the season. And they won. They won in London. But now we got a game today. Week 6 of the NFL in London, Miami Dolphins versus the Jacksonville Jaguars. So I had a recorded podcast that was distributed on Friday, folks. And the Jacksonville Jaguars, they suffered their 20th consecutive loss in franchise history as an organization. Their 20th victory loss. Unbelievable about the Jacksonville Jaguars organization. They actually are now on the list with the Chicago Bears, dating back to the 70s. Correct me if I'm wrong. They're on the list with them now, and they're on the list with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers that are dating back to 1976, 1977 Tampa Bay Buccaneers, to suffering their 20th loss in franchise history, folks. So now they're on the list with those two teams that I mentioned. Not good for the Jacksonville Jaguars, as they're looking at history, but they're looking at history in the wrong ways in the perspective point of view. And they joined the list of the Chicago Bears and the Tampa Bay 1976, 1977 Tampa Bay Buccaneers. So not good for the Jacksonville Jaguars. They are now sitting at 0-4 on the season. 0-5 on the season. Not good for Jacksonville, and they can't afford another loss today against the Miami Dolphins. So they're 0-5. The Miami Dolphins, I believe, are 1-4. I believe in that. Yeah, I think they're 1-4 in that AFC East division. So not good for the Miami Dolphins, that they have to face. Going up to London, and you got two teams that are basically in a desperate need of a win. not to mention. So yeah, it's a 9:30 game. It's scheduled for a 9:30 game. You got the 1-4 Miami Dolphins versus the 0-5 Jacksonville Jaguars. Now, who do I like? Who do I like? I mean, we're gonna break this down to you again, ladies and gentlemen. The controversy of what's going on in Jacksonville again, it continues. Urban Meyer. I mean, dating back to if you think about it, I mean, his situation and what's going on, that according to sources and reports, that he went out to a bar to have a couple drinks after the game against the Cincinnati Bengals, where the Bengals prevailed in that game. After that, he let the team down. He lost faith in his team, and again, there's no trust in that locker room. There is no chemistry in that locker room anymore. And the Jacksonville is just not where Jacksonville needs to be as a football program, as a franchise. And they're just not clicking anywhere. They're not finding any rhythm. Trevor Lawrence is still, he's a rookie quarterback. He's adjusting to the NFL. There's just nothing going correctly right for the Jacksonville Jaguars right now. The question is, going up to London today, will they get their first victory? Let's hope so. Also, Miami Dolphins, good news for you. For all the Miami Dolphins out there that are listening in and tuning in this morning, Tua Tagovailoa is expected to play. He is expected to play. He is traveling to London. So Jacoby Brissett will be the backup quarterback to Tua Tagovailoa, folks. Tua Tagovailoa is expected to start today at London against the Jacksonville Jaguars. So to all the Miami Dolphins fans out there, Tua Tagovailoa is expected to start. He is expected to start. So he will be on the active roster. He's officially on the active roster after coming off injured reserve. He will be ready to go. He'll be suited up against the Jacksonville Jaguars. So my predictions for that game, again scheduled for 9:30 a.m. We are going to give it to you, folks. We are here for 4 hours. We'll bring it to your attention of what the score is going to be throughout this 4-hour show. Again, we will go back to it, and we are committed to it, folks. Even if we have to go to overtime today, up to 12:30 until the game hits zero. We are going to be here with you through thick and thin to give you the latest update on the Miami Dolphins versus the Jacksonville Jaguars game. So as far as my predictions concerned, before the game kicks off at 9:30 a.m., it is right now 8:23 a.m. I like the Jacksonville Jaguars. All right, I do like them. All right, let's hope they pick up a victory. I'm going with Jacksonville today. I'm riding the ship on Jacksonville. All right, let's hope they can pick up their first victory of the season at London. And what a good fashion to do it. Actually, going up to the United Kingdom and picking up their first victory against the United Kingdom nation. So hopefully the Jacksonville Jaguars can prevail. Again, I'm not taking anything out of the Miami Dolphins. Against Tua Tagovailoa is coming back. So that could be a very great momentum for the Miami Dolphins as well. So we'll see how things go. But let's hope Jacksonville Jaguars can pick up a victory today. I do like Jacksonville against the Miami Dolphins. So that is my prediction to you this morning between the Miami Dolphins and the Jacksonville Jaguars. All right. So that's my prediction to you there. I do like Jacksonville in that matchup. All right. Let's talk college football games, folks. Again, week 7, recapping what transpired, and then we had a lot of upsets in college football, folks. Again, we're gonna break them down to you nonetheless. Here, let's break it down. Let's break it down as we get this 4-hour show underway. All right, so college football games, ladies and gentlemen. Yesterday we had Auburn at Arkansas. Arkansas was ranked number 19, ladies and gentlemen, in School Nation. So Auburn prevailed 38-23 in that college football matchup. Auburn improves their record to 5-2 on the season in the SEC standings and 2-1 in the conference. As far as Arkansas, ladies and gentlemen, they fall to 4-3 in the SEC, 1-3 in their conference. So again, final score 38-23 Auburn. That was your football matchup in week 7. All right, so that was your scores there. All right, so Auburn prevailed 38-23 as they improved their record to 5-2 on the season, 2-1 in their conference. Florida Gators, again, this was an upset. I believe it was an upset in my eyes. Florida Gators, who are ranked number 17, they will definitely fall in the college rankings this afternoon when the college rankings get distributed at 2:00 p.m. Eastern. So Florida Gators lost against the LSU Tigers, 49-42. This was an upset fashion, no doubt about it. LSU Tigers, ladies and gentlemen, they prevail on the season 4-3, 2-2 in their SEC standing conference. As far as the Florida Gators are concerned, in the SEC standings, they fall to 4-3. They are 2-3 in their conference. So again, the final score, I think that was an upset. 49-42 was your final score there. So upset, a lot of upset, and that was actually one of the first ones too. So Florida Gators definitely will fall in the college football rankings when the college football rankings do get distributed out this afternoon at 2 p.m. So crazy stuff. I mean, the LSU prevailing against the Florida Gators nonetheless. All right, let's continue here. We had Texas A&M ranked number 18 in the school nation against Missouri. Texas A&M prevailed, beating Missouri 35-14. Texas A&M, they improved their record to 5-2 in the SEC, 2-2 in the conference. As far as Missouri is concerned, they actually suffered their first defeat in the school record. So they fall to 4. Hold up. I'm sorry, folks. Mississippi is 3-4, and they're 0-3 in their conference. I'm sorry about that. I was looking at the wrong Mississippi. I was actually looking at Mississippi, and I was not looking at Missouri. Sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen. That was my fault right there. So Missouri Tigers, folks, they are 3-4 in the SEC standings, and they're 0-3 in their conference. So sorry about that, folks. So again, Texas A&M prevailed. They improved to 5-2. They're 2-2 in their conference. Again, the final score there was 35-14. That was your final matchup there. So a lot of great SEC matchups nonetheless. All right. Let's continue here. All right. Michigan State Spartans at Indiana. Again, Michigan State, they're on a roll, folks. Great football nonetheless. They're just playing outstanding football. Michigan State is ranked number 9. They actually were ranked number 9 yesterday against Indiana, and it'll be interesting where they'll be ranked this afternoon at 2 p.m. I do like Michigan State Spartans to probably rank maybe in the top 5, either top 5 or top 6, I would say. But they're going to definitely move up in the college football rankings this afternoon. Crazy stuff the way the Michigan State Spartans are playing right now. Not to mention the Michigan Wolverines are undefeated too. So, Michigan Wolverines and Michigan State are going to collide, throughout the regular season. And what an interesting ball game that would be if those two school nations, school teams go head to head. And they're still undefeated going into the season here. But Michigan State Spartans, ladies and gentlemen, they are 7-0. 7-0. They're just on a roll right now. They beat, again, ladies and gentlemen, they beat Indiana Hoosiers yesterday, 20-15. As Indiana Hoosiers, they fall to 2-4. Again, 0-3 in their conference in the Big Ten standings, while the Michigan State Spartans, again, they're on a rampage, folks. 7-0 in the Big Ten, and 4-0 in their conference standings. So crazy, crazy stuff. Nonetheless, Michigan State just continues to play outstanding football each and every day. And I believe next week, if we could bring up Michigan State Spartans here, let's see who they play going into week 8 of college football. Next week they face. Yo, look at this! Look at this! So look at this! This is beautiful, folks. This is beautiful. So let's talk about this. So we are what? Today is October 16, 2021. So, ladies and gentlemen, going into next week, they're on the Michigan State Spartans are on the bye week. What a perfect way to sit down and relax, to prepare. Because, ladies and gentlemen, strap your seatbelts, get your popcorn ready, because come October 30th, 2021, it is going to be the Michigan Wolverines versus the Michigan State Spartans. Oh my God, I got goosebumps for that game. Can you imagine? The Michigan Wolverines versus the Spartans? Both of them are undefeated, folks. Oh my God, it gives you goosebumps. Because right now, ladies and gentlemen, the Michigan Wolverines are right now. They're currently they're 6-0. They're 6-0, and they just had their bye week this week. So next week, going into week 8, which the game is scheduled for Saturday, October 23rd at 12 p.m. Eastern time. They play Northwestern, and Northwestern is an unranked team, folks. So can you imagine if Michigan beats Northwestern? Okay, they go 7-0. 7-0, folks. Okay, they're 6-0 right now. They're 6-0. They had a bye week this week after beating Nebraska last week, 32-9, to improve to 6-0. So they have a bye week this week, Michigan Wolverines, and they're resting right now. They go up against an unranked team, Northwestern, this upcoming Saturday. The game is scheduled for 12 o'clock p.m. Eastern time. And if they beat and they knock off Northwestern, folks, oh my God, get your popcorn ready, folks. To all the Michigan Wolverines out there, can you imagine 7-0 Michigan Wolverines versus the Michigan State Spartans 7-0? Oh my God, I love that college football matchup. I cannot wait for that college football matchup. It is scheduled for October 30th, ladies and gentlemen. But again, it's the timetable is yet to be determined. They don't know what time the game is scheduled yet. But we will definitely bring you up the latest when we hear exactly what time that game is going to be scheduled for. But it's going to be, ladies and gentlemen, the Michigan State Spartans versus the Michigan Wolverines. Both of them could possibly looking at 7-0 going into October 30th's matchup. That is some crazy stuff. Crazy stuff. If they could figure out how to knock out Northwestern. But yeah, Michigan Wolverines have to get over. They have to prevail over Northwestern first. But if they do that, which I think should be an easy peasy game, nonetheless, you guys are definitely talking a great epic matchup going into October 30th, 2021, when it's scheduled to be Michigan Wolverines versus the Michigan State Spartans. What a game that's possibly going to be. And we're all definitely hyped up and juiced up for it nonetheless. Oh my God, I can't wait for that matchup. That is scheduled again for October 30th. I know there's a lot of Michigan Wolverine fans out there that they definitely love their Michigan Wolverines, and the way the Harbaugh head coach is currently playing right now. He's playing some outstanding football, nonetheless. So something to look forward to October 30th. Right now, again, the game, as far as when it's determined, it's scheduled for, they have no scheduled timetable yet. But as soon as we do hear something, we'll definitely bring it to your attention nonetheless. All right, but Michigan Wolverines versus the Michigan State Spartans is scheduled for October 30th, 2021. Um, and what we could possibly be looking at, both undefeated teams going head to head on October 30th. What a game that's going to be. Oh my God. What a game. What a game to get your popcorn ready on October 30th for that scheduled matchup. All right. Let's continue here, folks. Nebraska at Minnesota. Nebraska lost to Minnesota, folks. Minnesota prevailed 30-23 in that matchup. Minnesota, they improved their record to 4-2, 2-1 in their conference in the Big Ten. As far as Minnesota, they actually, ladies and gentlemen, hold up. No, yeah, okay, yeah. So Minnesota is 4-2 in the Big Ten standings, 2-1 in their conference. As far as Nebraska is concerned, they fall to 3-5, and they're 1-4 in their conference. Again, the final score in yesterday's matchup, 30-23, Minnesota. All right, let's continue here, giving you college football recap. Again, Michigan State. Rutgers. Rutgers. They played Northwestern. Northwestern, again, an unranked team. They beat Rutgers 21-7. Currently, Northwestern is 3-3 in the Big Ten. So they improved their record to 3-3. They're 1-2 in the conference. That's Northwestern right there for you right now. And Rutgers, their record, I believe, is 3-4, and they're 0-4 in the Big Ten. So they fall the 3-4, and their conference, they fall to 0-4 in the Big Ten standings. So again, the final score there was 21-7 Northwestern. All right, let's continue here, folks. Oklahoma State at Texas. Oklahoma State prevailed 32-24. Oklahoma State Cowboys, they improved their record to 6-0, undefeated in the Big 12, 3-0 in their conference. As far as Texas, Longhorns, they fall to 4-3, and they're 2-2 in their conference standings. So that's your Big 12 matchup there. Final score again, 32-24. Oklahoma State probably might move up in the college rankings this afternoon. They were ranked number 12, so we'll see where they at as far as the college football rankings to get distributed this afternoon at 2:00 p.m. Eastern time. So we'll see where they officially stand. All right. Central Florida, they lost to the Cincinnati Bearcats. Cincinnati Bearcats are ranked number 4 currently in the school nation. They beat Central Florida again, 56-21. I believe the Cincinnati Bearcats. Let's see if we could pull up their standings here. The Cincinnati Bearcats. Okay, yeah, they're undefeated, folks. In the American Atlantic, 2-0 in their conference. Yeah, and they're actually 4-0 at home and 2-0 on the road. So Cincinnati Bearcats, ladies and gentlemen, yeah, they improved to 6-0, undefeated. Amazing stuff by the Cincinnati Bearcats. As far as Central Florida is concerned, Central Florida, they fall. They fall in Central Florida, folks, in bear with me here. Bear with me. Central Florida. All right, Central Florida. Yeah, so they their record is not all that great. Let's just say that they fall. I wish I could find their record though. It would make things so much easier, won't it? All right, let's see where they at here, folks. All right, so Again, they lost. They lost to the Cincinnati Bearcats. As the Cincinnati Bearcats, they improved their record to 6-0 on the season. And if I could bring that up, that would be something great if I can. All right. So okay, Central Florida, yeah. So they are 3-3 in the American Atlantic, 1-2 in their conference. They're 3-0 at home, and they're 0-3 on the road. So that is that's your breakdown there between Central Florida and the Cincinnati Bearcats. So Cincinnati Bearcats, they continue to prevail on an amazing season. Again, 6-0 is their record standings in the American Atlantic. So awesome stuff. Awesome stuff nonetheless. All right. So yeah. So again, Central Florida falls to 3-3 on the season. All right. Let's continue. All right. Okay. All right. Let's continue, folks. Sorry about that. All right. So okay. Tulsa at South Florida. Tulsa, they beat South Florida 32-31 in that matchup. So Tulsa Golden Hurricanes lost again to South Florida 32-31 by 1 point. So Tulsa prevailed in that matchup against South Florida. 32-31 was your final score in that matchup. Ohio at Buffalo. Again, that was a 1 point game there. Buffalo prevailed 27-26. Buffalo improves their record in the MAC standings, 3-4, 1-2 in the conference. And as far as Ohio is concerned, they are 1-6 in the MAC standings, and they're 1-2 in the conference. Again, final score there: Buffalo 27 and Ohio 26. All right. UConn, ladies and gentlemen, congratulations to UConn. Their first victory in the first 721 days. They beat Yale 21-15. That was your final score there. Again, I believe UConn, they improved. They actually got their first victory. Yeah. So they improved to 1-7, 0-2 in their conference. As far as Yale is concerned, let's see if we could bring up Yale. No, we cannot bring up Yale. Okay, so Yale, ladies and gentlemen, they lost. So UConn, they prevailed. They got their first victory in 721 days, beating Yale 21-15. If I could pull up, let's see. Hold on. Bear with me here, folks. So okay, so yeah. So with Yale losing, they fall to 2-3, and UConn prevails again with their first victory in 721 days. 1-7, they improved their record too, and they beat Yale again 21-15. That was your final score in that college football game there. All right. More to go over here. Lots of college football games on your Saturday in Week 7. Duke, they had no answer for Virginia. Virginia beat Duke 48-0. Virginia, I believe, in the ACC standings, they improved their record to 5-2, 3-2 in the conference. As far as Duke is concerned, they fall to 3-4. 0-3 in the ACC conference standings. All right. Let's go to Ball State versus Eastern Michigan. Eastern Michigan lost to Ball State 38-31. That was your final score there. Akron at Miami, Ohio. Miami, Ohio prevailed in that game against Akron. 34-21 was your final score there. And I believe Miami, Ohio, they improved their record to 3-4 in the MAC standings, 2-1 in the conference. And as far as Akron is concerned, they fall to 2-5 in the MAC standings, and 1-2 in their conference. So not good, not good where you need to be midway through the season. Troy at Texas State, Troy prevailed 31-28. Also, Arizona at Colorado. Colorado prevailed, possibly in a blowout fashion, 34-0 there. So Colorado definitely won that game, 34-0 as we speak. Again, let's see if Colorado could give us some standings here. Yes, they can. Colorado improves their record to 2-4, 1-2 in the Pac-12 standings. As far as Arizona is concerned, they are 0-6. They're still seeking their first victory in the Pac-12. They fall to 0-3 in the conference standings there. All right. Again, 34-0 was your final matchup there. Fresno State at Wyoming. Fresno State wins that ball game 17-0. Let's see if we can bring up their standings and their conference here. So Fresno State Bulldogs, they improve their record to 5-2, 2-1 in the MWC standings. So 5-2 in the MWC standings, 2-1 in their conference. As far as Wyoming is concerned, Wyoming they fall to 4-2, 0-2 in their conference. So that's your MWC standings there, folks. So again, 17-0, Fresno Bulldogs prevail. Fresno State Bulldogs. Yeah, the Fresno State Bulldogs prevail in yesterday's matchup. All right. Toledo, they lost to Central Michigan, 26-23 was your final matchup there. Bowling Green at Northern Illinois, 34-26 was your final matchup in Saturday's college football there. I believe Northern Illinois, they improved their record to 5-2 in the MAC standings, 3-0 in their conference. As far as Bowling Green is concerned, they fall to 2-5, 0-3 in their conference standings. So that's your final matchup there. Bowling Green lost to Northern Illinois, 34-26. Kent State at Western Michigan. Western Michigan prevailed 64-31. I believe Western Michigan improves their record to 5-2, 2-1 in the conference. As far as Kent State is concerned, Kent State they fall to 3-4, 2-1 in the MAC standings there. All right. So again, final score 64-31. All right. Pittsburgh at Virginia Tech. Pittsburgh 28, Virginia Tech 7. Again, another upset fashion, folks, ladies and gentlemen, that we did talk about, and it keeps coming up. Purdue, an unranked team in their school nation. They beat Iowa Hawkeyes, who are ranked number 2. And the Iowa Hawkeyes suffered their first loss of the season, I believe, in the Big Ten standings. So Iowa Hawkeyes, ladies and gentlemen, they suffered their first loss, 3-1 in their conference. Again, Purdue prevailed 24-7 in that matchup. Western Kentucky at Old Dominion. Western Kentucky prevailed 43-20. That was your football matchup there. UAB at Southern Miss, 34-0. Southern Miss had no answer for UAB, none whatsoever. Miami at North Carolina. Miami Hurricanes, they lost, to North Carolina. Folks, 45-42. As UNC, ladies and gentlemen, they improved their record to 4-3, 3-3 in the conference there in the ACC standings. As far as Miami is concerned, the Miami Hurricanes, they fall to 2-4, 0-2 in their conference. All right, let's continue. Birmingham Young, again, I think this was an upset as well yesterday in college football. Birmingham Young, they lost to Baylor. Birmingham Young is ranked number 23, 20. They're ranked number 20 against Baylor. Baylor, who is unranked, they beat Birmingham Young 38-24. Baylor, I believe, they improved their record in the Big 12 standings 6-1. They only suffered their first loss in the season. So 6-1, they improved their record, 3-1 in the conference. As far as BYU is concerned, let's see where they stand. I don't know why BYU is not coming up. I mean, they're BYU, ladies and gentlemen, they fall to 5-2, and doesn't look good for the Birmingham Youngs. I mean, they're gonna fall. Unfortunately, they're gonna fall in the college football rankings. They were ranked number 20 against Baylor. So we'll see where they ranked in college football. I think they might go even unranked after when the college football rankings get distributed this afternoon. But again, that final score, ladies and gentlemen, was 38-24. Your matchup there. All right, Kentucky at Georgia Bulldogs. Congratulations to the Georgia Bulldogs, ladies and gentlemen. They're going to continue where they're at. I don't think that's college football rankings is going to change, none whatsoever. So Georgia Bulldogs will stay right where they need to be. What a turn of events, by the way, folks. Georgia Bulldogs 7-0, and Alabama Crimson Tide, who suffered their first defeat loss, are all of a sudden below the standings. Below the college rankings, and Georgia Bulldogs are all of a sudden making some noise. What a turn of events, nonetheless. But they beat number 11 Kentucky yesterday. Final score there, 30-13. What a great matchup by the Georgia Bulldogs. Number 1 ranked in school history right now. 7-0. Congratulations to the Georgia Bulldogs. 30-13 was your final score there. Vanderbilt, they lost by 1 point against South Carolina. 21-20 was your final matchup there. Texas Tech at Kansas. Texas Tech prevailed. 41-14 was your final score there. Rice at Texas San Antonio. Rice had no answer, none whatsoever for Texas San Antonio. 45-0 was your final score in that matchup. Liberty at UL Monroe. UL Monroe prevailed. 31-28 was your final matchup there. Alabama at Mississippi State. Alabama Crimson Tide really prevailed in that football game. 49-9. What a great way to answer after suffering their loss 1 week ago. So congratulations to Alabama Crimson Tide. They might move up in the college rankings. They might move up. We don't know, or they might stay. They might sit where they at currently at number 5. We'll see where they currently stand, where they move up in the college football rankings as it gets distributed later this afternoon at 2:00 p.m. Eastern Time. Again, congratulations to Alabama Crimson Tide. They beat Mississippi State 49-9 was your final score there. All right, Utah State at UNLV. Utah State prevailed 28-24. That was your final matchup there. Colorado State at New Mexico. Colorado State prevailed against New Mexico 36-7. Stanford at Washington State. Washington State prevailed 34-31 in week 7 of your college football game there. Mississippi against Tennessee. Mississippi prevailed 31-26. That was your final matchup there. All right. Iowa State at Kansas State. 33-20 was your final score there. Iowa State prevailed. Texas Christian at Oklahoma. I believe the Oklahoma Sooners, yes, they prevailed. And ladies and gentlemen, speaking of the Oklahoma Sooners, congratulations to Caleb Williams, who continues to outshine after taking over Spencer Rattler, folks. Awesome performance by Caleb Williams. 2 weeks in a row, back-to-back weeks after taking over Spencer Rattler. He continues to prevail. The Oklahoma Sooners, ladies and gentlemen, again, they improved their record in the Big 12 standings, 7-0, undefeated, nonetheless. I mean, after, ladies and gentlemen, and I want to give a big shout out to the Oklahoma Sooners head coach. What a great approach to go to go with your gut feeling, to go with Caleb Williams instead of Spencer Rattler, who committed turnovers last week's game. I mean, in the previous matchup, they benched Spencer Rattler due to his poor performance and committing too many turnovers. And ever since Caleb Williams, ladies and gentlemen, he took over this game, he continues to outshine each and every day. Nonetheless, back-to-back weeks, so to speak here. So 7-0 in the Big 12 standings, 4-0 in their conference. As far as TCU's Texas Christian is concerned, they lost. They fall to 3-3, 1-2 in their conference. So again, Big 12 standings. Again, shout out to Oklahoma Sooners as they improved their record to 7-0. We'll see where they're going to be sitting at in the college football rankings, of course. But the final score was 52 to 31. They are ranked number 3 right now. So I won't be surprised if they do go to number 2, because the Iowa Hawkeyes, they've lost yesterday to an unranked team. So Purdue beat the Iowa Hawkeyes 24-7. So I will not be surprised, ladies and gentlemen, if the Oklahoma Sooners do go up number 2 in the college football rankings this afternoon. So we'll keep an eye on that nonetheless. But again, what a great football team. Oklahoma Sooners, ladies and gentlemen, improved to 7-0. All right, North Carolina State against Boston College, 33-7 was your final matchup there. Wisconsin, they beat Army 20-14. Also, UCLA beat Washington. I think that was an upset there. I believe it was an upset. It did come back as an upset last night, according to reports coming in and breaking news coming in. So the UCLA, I believe, they beat Washington, who are ranked number 21 in the nation. So they beat them 24-17. They beat them by a touchdown. UCLA improves to 5-2, 3-1 in the conference. As far as Washington is concerned, and the Pac-12, they fall to 2-4, 1-2 in the conference. All right. So the UCLA Bruins, they continue to prevail. All right. Air Force at Boise State. Air Force, they won that game 24-17. Louisiana Tech at Texas El Paso. Texas El Paso won that game 19-3. Arizona State at Utah. Utah actually won that game 35-21. I think that was an upset as well. I believe so. Arizona State was ranked number 22 in School Nation. So they lost to an unranked team 35-21. I believe that was an upset as well. And their final game of the night, usually those are late games for you guys that usually don't start until either 10:30 Eastern time or 11 o'clock Eastern time at night. And they actually go up until, I believe, 2 o'clock in the morning or something nonetheless. But they lost. Hawaii was at Nevada, ladies and gentlemen. They lost to Nevada 34-17. I believe Nevada, they improved their record in the MWC standings 5-1. They're 2-0 in the conference. As far as Hawaii is concerned, they fall to 3-4. They're 1-2 in their conference. So, ladies and gentlemen, that's all your college football Week 7 games. What a Week 7 though. What a Week 7, nonetheless. A lot of upset specials. A lot of definitely upset specials on the menu. That happened on college football on Saturday, October 16, 2021, folks. And that's your college football games for Week 7. All right. So what a great way to share it out with everybody tuning in, nonetheless. And that's your college football games, folks, on your Week 7. All right. It is 9 o'clock a.m. It is 9 o'clock a.m. So, ladies and gentlemen, again, we just recapped college football Week 7, and we went over everything. We did go over everything. Eddie, good morning, buddy. How are you? Give me your Week 5 NFL locks. All right, we're definitely gonna get to that, of course. I don't know, Eddie. I don't know if you're gonna be. Are you gonna put a game? Are Are you going to put money on the Jacksonville Jaguars versus the Miami Dolphins game? They do play in London. That game is scheduled for 9:30 a.m. Eastern time. That's an early bird game. Are you putting any money game on that one or no? They are scheduled to play in London. So I did give out my prediction for the Jacksonville Jaguars versus the Miami Dolphins game. I like the Jags. Yes. I do like the Jacksonville Jaguars in that football game. So Jacksonville definitely will prevail. That's my pick going for the early bird in that matchup. Yep. So I do like Jacksonville. All right. So my good buddy of mine, my good old pal, we do go way back. A good friend of mine, Eddie, here has chimed on this morning. Again, good morning to you, my friend. Welcome to the show. He wants his Week 5 NFL picks, and we'll definitely be happy to give it to him here in Week 6 of the NFL. So let's get right into it, ladies and gentlemen. So we're gonna start with the Week 5 NFL picks. The most picks that I really like going into this afternoon. 1 o'clock Eastern time, we have the Green Bay Packers versus the Chicago Bears. All right, so let's talk about that. Chicago, ladies and gentlemen, last week against the Las Vegas Raiders. I picked the Las Vegas Raiders. Unfortunately, Justin Fields prevailed against the Las Vegas Raiders and at Allegiant Stadium on the road. I do like Green Bay going into this game today. So if you have any picks on that game, Green Bay Packers is your pick this afternoon against the Chicago Bears. So the Green Bay Packers will prevail to they'll prevail their record to 5-1 this afternoon. So that's at 1 o'clock p.m. Eastern time. Also, I do like there's another upset special on the menu today, this afternoon, folks. The Cardinals will lose. The Cardinals will lose today. They're going against the Cleveland Browns. You're going to the Dog Nation, folks. You know how loud the Dog Nation could get, ladies and gentlemen. You know how loud the Dog Nation could get. I don't like the Cardinals' chances. I do like the Cleveland Browns in that matchup. So the Browns are my pick this afternoon. Actually, that's actually a 4 o'clock game. So Browns versus the Cardinals, I do like the Browns in that matchup. So I do like the Green Bay Packers. I like the Cleveland Browns. The Rams versus the New York Giants, I like the Los Angeles Rams. The Giants, we'll get to them a little bit here, but I do like Los Angeles against the New York Football Giants. All right. So I believe that's 4 picks right there. We need one more. My other pick this afternoon. You know what? You might get something out of this football game, Eddie. You might get something out of this one. Pick the Denver Broncos against the Las Vegas Raiders. I do like the Broncos going into today's matchup against the Las Vegas Raiders. That game is scheduled to be a 4:25 game. So I do like the Denver Broncos going into that matchup. All right. I was going to give you the Cowboys versus the Patriots, but there's a lot going on. There's definitely a lot going on with the Cowboys versus the Patriots. That's tough to really predict. So you got your 5 picks. I like the Jacksonville Jaguars, the Green Bay Packers, the Browns, the Rams, and awesome stuff, buddy. Great stuff to hear. So I like the Jacksonville Jaguars, the Green Bay Packers, the Cleveland Browns. I do love the Los Angeles Rams, and I do love the Denver Broncos. All those epic matchups going into this afternoon, nonetheless. All right, so let's continue my babbling. Of course, nobody loves my babbling, but everybody does come on here and hear my babbling anyway. So again, we did give out our predictions for the Dolphins versus the Jacksonville Jaguars game. That is scheduled to start at 9:30, ladies and gentlemen. So we'll stay tuned for that. We'll give you the latest updates on exactly how that game is going to unfold and prevail. That's the early bird game. So again, Dolphins versus the Jacksonville Jaguars. I do like Jacksonville going into this game. Hopefully they can pick up their first victory and they can wake up and smell the coffee, folks. They desperately need a win this afternoon or this morning, whatever that may be, in the United Kingdom, in London, for the Jacksonville Jaguars versus the Miami Dolphins game. All right. Minnesota Vikings versus the Carolina Panthers. All right. Let's talk about that matchup. That matchup is scheduled to be 1 o'clock this afternoon. So the Carolina Panthers, we saw how they, against the Philadelphia Eagles, the Philadelphia came back in a comeback fashion, pretty much comeback fashion mode. Jalen Hurst had a great game against the Carolina Panthers defense. Carolina Panthers defense just had no answer in the second half for the Philadelphia Eagles. So they go up against the Minnesota Vikings team this afternoon. So right now, what are we looking at here? Carolina is currently 3-2, so they suffered their second defeat. They lost to the Dallas Cowboys. Actually, they lost to two NFC East teams. They lost to the Dallas Cowboys and they lost to the Philadelphia Eagles. And they are 3-2 on the season. As far as the Minnesota Vikings are concerned, they're 2-3. So who do I like going into today? I like Carolina. I do like Carolina. I think Carolina definitely will win this afternoon. They'll come back together. Sam Darnold will continue to play the Sam Darnold that we've seen in the beginning of the season. So I do like Carolina going into today's matchup against the Minnesota Vikings. Now let's go to injuries. I did go over injuries, ladies and gentlemen. As far as week 6 is concerned. I would like to share everybody with you the week 6 injuries. So for all my fantasy football people, anybody out there that plays fantasy football, I'm about to give you the latest updates on injuries. So bear with me here, folks. I'm going to give you the latest updates on the injuries across the NFL. I did some research last night on that. And I'm about to give it to you, folks, here on the latest. So bear with me here, folks. I'm about to give you the latest update on the injuries going into week 6 of the NFL. All right. Here are the week 6 injury reports, folks. So these are the players that are out for this Sunday. Again, anybody that plays fantasy football out there, take notes. I'm about to tell you guys who are the players that are not going to be playing this afternoon on your Sunday, week 6 NFL. Christian McCaffrey is out. Do not start him in your fantasy football, ladies and gentlemen, this afternoon. He is a no-go. He is actually on injured reserve, so he won't be playing. Christian McCaffrey is out. Xavier Howard, Devontae Parker, ladies and gentlemen, he is out for the Miami Dolphins. Again, Xavier Howard, he's out for the Miami Dolphins. He will not be going. Saquon Barkley is out, ladies and gentlemen. He's officially out. His injury is considered week-to-week basis, so he'll be recovering on a week-to-week. So we don't know when Saquon Barkley. He might come back next week. Who knows? So Saquon Barkley is out, ladies and gentlemen. Do not start him on your fantasy football this afternoon. Kenny Galladay is out. Curtis Samuel is out. Brandon Sharif is out. Chris Jones, ladies and gentlemen, of the Kansas City Chiefs is out. Deshaun Watson, I don't think it's injury related. He's out though. Lamari Tenzel, he's out. Rodrigo Blankenship, he's out, ladies and gentlemen. Ronnie Stanley, he's out. Sammy Watkins, ladies and gentlemen, is out. Nick Chubb is out, ladies and gentlemen. Zach Ertz, this is not injury related, ladies and gentlemen. Zach Ertz is out because he played Thursday night football against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And speaking of Zach Ertz, ladies and gentlemen, Zach Ertz is now a new member of the Arizona Cardinals after the Eagles acquired a trade for a cornerback and I believe a 5th-round pick to send Zach Ertz to the Arizona Cardinals. So pretty much Zach Ertz he slept from a 2-4 team and woke up to a 5-0 team. So congratulations to Zach Ertz. He is now the new member of the Arizona Cardinals. And not to mention the Arizona Cardinals, ladies and gentlemen, they just addressed their passing attack. They just addressed their passing attack. So they are 5-0, ladies and gentlemen, and he went to an undefeated team. So great acquisition. Not to mention the Arizona Cardinals acquiring Zach Ertz as their new member of the Arizona Cardinals. And unfortunately, even though they played the Cleveland Browns this afternoon, that 5-1 is going to be a distant memory pretty much after today. So, yeah, that 5-0 record is going to be a distant memory. And I'll get to why I like the Cleveland Browns. We'll get to all that in a couple minutes here. But again, ladies and gentlemen, Zach Ertz, it's not injury related, but he's out today because he played on Thursday against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. All right. Rodney Hudson is out. Juju Smith-Schuster is out, ladies and gentlemen. And finally, your two Seattle Seahawks players that are on injured reserve. Russell Wilson is out, and Chris Carson, ladies and gentlemen, is out. So those are your NFL injuries going into Week 6 for all my fantasy football people that play fantasy football out there. To all my sports gamblers that gamble sports. Again, those are your injuries going into Week 6 this afternoon. All right. So as far as Carolina Panthers versus the Minnesota Vikings, Carolina is my favorite going into this afternoon. All right. Let's continue here. Let's continue. All right. Los Angeles Chargers versus the Baltimore Ravens. You know what? I think Eddie would definitely have loved a great pick from this game. But I did not give him a pick from that game. You know why? Because Justin Herbert, ladies and gentlemen, oh my God. Justin Herbert, ladies and gentlemen, continues to play outstanding football nonetheless. I mean, what is this guy right now? He was a rookie. Was he a rookie last year? He was a rookie last year. And I think he's now 2 seasons into the NFL. And Justin Herbert, ladies and gentlemen, just continues to amaze a lot of people in that division, folks. I mean, the Kansas City Chiefs are not doing so well right now. The Buccaneers are in that question mark mode. And then you're talking, again, Kansas City Chiefs, they're in the bottom standings. The Denver Broncos, again, they're in the question mark. Who else is in that division right there? So we got the Chargers, and then we got who else is the other? The Raiders. So the Raiders, I think they're going to fall apart nonetheless. But Justin Herbert, ladies and gentlemen, amazing stuff by that professional athlete. I think he broke. Yet last week, reports were coming in that he threw for 300 some yards. And the first rookie quarterback. I mean, not the rookie quarterback. I mean, he's not a rookie no more because he was a rookie last year. And I think he did get Rookie of the Year honors last year, not to mention. But Justin Herbert, ladies and gentlemen, he just continues to be amazing flat-out quarterback nonetheless. So he just continues to play amazing football. But he's going against the Baltimore Ravens. And Lamar Jackson, ladies and gentlemen, Lamar Jackson is playing also great football. He's playing great football. I mean, if we go back to Week 5, ladies and gentlemen, Baltimore Ravens, again, congratulations to Lamar Jackson and the Ravens team that last Monday on Monday Night Football when they were playing against the Indianapolis Colts. They were down, ladies and gentlemen, portion of that football game. All right, the Baltimore Ravens. They were down, folks, and I picked them to win that football game last week. Yeah, may I mind you, ladies and gentlemen, I picked them last week, and they prevailed. They prevailed. They beat the Indianapolis Colts after coming back from a 19-point deficit. From a 19-point deficit, folks. They prevailed and they beat the Indianapolis Colts. And I believe the final score, ladies and gentlemen, in that matchup was 31-25. 31-25, ladies and gentlemen. That was your final score going into that football game in Week 5. And Lamar Jackson did it in great fashion. He did it in great fashion, folks. So, who do I like going into today? Between the Ravens and the Los Angeles Chargers, I like Baltimore. I definitely like Baltimore. Baltimore will continue. I mean, the Lamar Jackson is he's playing amazing football nonetheless. I mean, he already played against the Kansas City Chiefs, and you saw the result of that football game. So I do like Baltimore going into today's matchup against the Los Angeles Chargers. Yes. So that game is scheduled for 1:00, and it is scheduled to be in Baltimore this afternoon. So yeah, I do like Baltimore Ravens. Lamar is playing amazing football nonetheless right now. Not to mention, Ravens they beat the Kansas City Chiefs. They beat who else did they beat the previous game? The Ravens also they beat the Denver Broncos, and the Ravens also beat the Detroit Lions. Well, even the Detroit Lions are nothing really to talk about. And the Ravens again they beat in Week 1. Actually, well, in Week 1 they lost to the Las Vegas Raiders, but in overtime. That was actually their only defeat. Again, going into this season, the Baltimore Ravens, that's the only lost defeat that they suffered was against at the hands of the Las Vegas Raiders. So, again, ladies and gentlemen, right now Baltimore is 4-1. They will continue this afternoon. They will beat the Los Angeles Chargers, and they will improve their record to 5-1. 5-1. All right. Los Angeles Rams versus the New York Giants. I do like the Los Angeles Rams going into this game this afternoon. Daniel Jones is expected to play, folks. He is expected to play. Reports, according to sources coming in, he is scheduled after suffering I believe, a minor concussion last week last week at the hands of the Dallas Cowboys. That was actually a severe hit that he suffered when the Dallas Cowboys and the New York Football Giants played at Arlington, Texas. So again, the Giants lost that football game. We know how that transpired there. And I do not like the Giants going against the Los Angeles Rams. Not to mention the Los Angeles Rams, folks, are they're 4-1 on the season right now. So can you believe that I'm actually saying this, that the Los Angeles Rams will be 5-1 after today? That is crazy stuff. And not to mention they have a new quarterback, Matthew Stafford, folks. Matthew Stafford and that Los Angeles Rams team and Jalen Ramsey are going to be 5-1 after today. And not to mention Jared Goff, who jumped ship to the Detroit Lions. Still, that franchise organization has yet to figure out how to win a football game. And we'll get to the Detroit Lions here in a couple minutes. But, they still have not won a football game. And I don't think they will today, nonetheless. But we'll talk about them throughout the show here. But again, ladies and gentlemen, I do like the Los Angeles Rams they will prevail against the New York Football Giants this afternoon. It's scheduled to be a 1 o'clock Eastern time. So I guess Saquon Barkley is out. Not to mention Galladay is out as well. So there's a lot of playmakers for the New York Football Giants. They are definitely hurting nonetheless, ladies and gentlemen, going into this afternoon. And not to mention what this game, I believe, is at MetLife Stadium. Yeah, so the Los Angeles Rams are on the road this afternoon against the New York Football Giants, and I don't like the New York Football Giants, none whatsoever. I mean, I'm hoping that maybe somehow the New York Giants try to prevail on, and they could squeeze a victory against the Los Angeles Rams. But the Los Angeles Rams right now are playing outstanding football, and not to mention, ladies and gentlemen, that NFC West division is just remarkable. That division is so remarkable. Forget about the Seattle Seahawks, but you got the 49ers. They're trying to peak at where they need to be as a football team, and then you got the Arizona Cardinals, who are undefeated right now, and you got the Los Angeles Rams, who are going to be 5-1. That NFC West is just remarkable. I would probably say right now, they're the hottest division in football. They're the hottest division in football right now, that NFC West. And I know, ladies and gentlemen, a lot of people they tend to attack you folks. They tend to tell you, "Are you out of your mind? How do you expect a team coming from the West going to the East to pick up a victory?" Because not to mention, there's a time differential here. The time differential is not in favor of a team that comes out from the West Coast transitioning over to the East Coast. They lose a lot of sleep, and they're not really, time management is a big factor when you are traveling from the West Coast to the East Coast. So a lot of people, they attack you and they say, are you crazy? Are you out of your mind? Do you really expect the NFC West? A West team coming from the West Coast going to the East Coast to pick up a victory? I mean, the 49ers did an awesome job against the Philadelphia Eagles. Correct me if I'm wrong, in week 2, right? So the 49ers prevailed in that football game, right or wrong. Nick Bosa, he showed up at the right place at the right time. He had a great performance. So, yeah, people, ladies and gentlemen, they attack you on all cylinders, and they don't keep anything inside their gut or their stomach, and they start questioning you, raising their eyebrows, asking you, "Are you insane? Are you crazy? Do you really expect a West Coast team coming to the East Coast to pick up a victory?" I mean, but who am I? Who the heck? What do I know? What the heck do I know, folks? I'm just telling you how I see it. I mean, I'm pretty much, and people are going to agree with me on this. I'm probably speaking right now out of context, or maybe I'm seeing it. I'm pretty much seeing it out of paper. I'm talking like how I see it on paper is how this team is probably could prevail and pick up a victory. So, but ladies and gentlemen, not a lot of teams become victorious out of paper. They do not. So, we'll see how it goes. But I do like the Los Angeles Rams against the New York Football Giants. And this is the beauty of sports, though. This is the beauty of sports. This is what I love about sports. I mean, when people have to argue with you and they don't enjoy what the heck you say that comes out of your mouth, but again, you have the proper information to back up those words. Nonetheless, this is the beauty of sports, ladies and gentlemen. This is the beauty of sports. I love it. All right, I like Los Angeles though. I really do. All right. Houston Texans against the Indianapolis Colts. Well, the Indianapolis Colts need a desperate win. All right, they lost to the Baltimore Ravens on Monday night, and not to mention the Houston Texans. They're not going anywhere. I mean, you saw that matchup against the Buffalo Bills, where the Buffalo Bills dismantled the Houston Texans football team 40-0. So, the Houston Texans are not going anywhere, folks. Not by a long shot. I mean, even though If we go back to Week 5, I believe the Houston Texans. You know what? Let's talk about these Texans football team for a minute here. Last week in Week 5, when it was scheduled, you know, Houston Texans versus the New England Patriots. Excuse me. Heartburn. I hate heartburn. And it's 9 o'clock in the morning, and I still have not ate anything yet, and I'm already suffering heartburn. That's crazy. Anyway, sorry about that, folks. But talk about that Week 5 matchup. The Houston Texans thought, ladies and gentlemen, out of their crazy minds, they thought that they were going to pick up a victory against the New England Football Giant. The New England Patriots last week. And all of a sudden, the New England Patriots come out of nowhere, and they pick up the victory, and they beat the Houston Texans 25-22 in that football game. And correct me if I'm wrong, ladies and gentlemen, didn't I pick the New England Patriots in that game last week? Yes, I did. My predictions were on point last week, folks, nonetheless. And the New England Patriots prevailed. They beat the Houston Texans 25-22, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know what the Houston Texans were thinking. They thought they were actually going to pick up a victory against the New England Patriots, and it did not turn out that way. So congratulations to New England nonetheless. And they prevailed. 25-22 was your final score in that matchup. All right. So again, today, ladies and gentlemen, it's the Indianapolis Colts versus the Houston Texans. I do like Indianapolis. All right. Indianapolis are in desperate need of a win, and Indianapolis they'll definitely get it nonetheless. They are 1-4 on the season right now. They can't afford to lose and go 1-5. They just can't. So they need to pick up a victory nonetheless. Nobody, ladies and gentlemen, can afford to go 1-5, especially going into mid-season form now. We are definitely talking about mid-season when you talk about Week 6 of the NFL. So they can't afford to go 1-5. So I like Indianapolis Colts. Carson Wentz and the Colts nation will prevail, and they will go to 2-4 this afternoon against the Houston Texans. As far as the Houston Texans are concerned, they will definitely fall to 1-5 nonetheless. All right. Kansas City Chiefs versus the Washington football team. What do I need to talk about this team, man? What can I say about the Kansas City Chiefs that I have not already said? Ladies and gentlemen, that defense by the Kansas City Chiefs is I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. Kansas City, ladies and gentlemen, that defense needs to be addressed. And I've said it. I've said it each and every week, ladies and gentlemen, that defense has a lot of holes that need to be filled. Not to mention Chris Jones is out for today. He won't be in the active lineup. He won't be on the roster. So I think it could be. I think it could be COVID related. Correct me if I'm wrong. It could be COVID related, but ladies and gentlemen, Kansas City needs to address that defense. They definitely do. Last week, ladies and gentlemen, they were up against the Buffalo Bills, and sad to say, ladies and gentlemen, they had a lightning delay. All right, they had a lightning delay. That game did not resume for a couple minutes, maybe into hours. Not to mention, I think it was a couple minutes of a delay, lightning delay. And ladies and gentlemen, the Buffalo Bills never looked back, folks. They did not look back, and they showed up, and they prevailed against that Kansas City Chiefs defense. Again, ladies and gentlemen, go back to the Kansas City Chiefs versus the Philadelphia Eagles. And the Kansas City Chiefs, the only reason they picked up a victory against the Philadelphia Eagles, because not to mention Jalen Hurst, he definitely could have won that game against the Kansas City Chiefs, because Kansas City Chiefs defense is so banged up. It's out of this world right now. And not to mention Jalen Hurst is a running quarterback. All right, he could do damage with his legs, so to speak. Okay, so we know what Jalen Hurts is capable of, and the Philadelphia Eagles, they know it too, that they definitely could have picked up a victory against the Kansas City Chiefs. But luckily for that Kansas City Chiefs team, that offense, they prevailed and they picked up a victory against the Philadelphia Eagles. So, I mean, the Philadelphia Eagles, they know it though. They have a reason to feel disappointed that they did not pick up a victory against the Kansas City Chiefs. But it is what it is. It's already in the books. Kansas City did come on top, and they won that game. But again, if you go back to that Buffalo Bills game, the Buffalo Bills versus the Kansas City Chiefs, Buffalo Bills just did not look back at all. I mean, they did so well in the first half of the football game, and they did so well after that lightning delay too. That lightning delay for the Buffalo Bills did not stop them at all. And that Buffalo Bills team, ladies and gentlemen, is scary, folks. It is definitely scary nonetheless. And we are going to get to the Buffalo Bills a little bit later on here. They play on Monday night, so we'll get to them, no doubt about it. But ladies and gentlemen, the Buffalo Bills have just been playing nonstop football these past couple of straight weeks. With the mention of this Pittsburgh Steelers when they lost to them, that's the only loss that the Buffalo Bills have suffered going into these last straight weeks. And the Buffalo Bills are on a rampage, bro, ladies and gentlemen. They're playing outstanding football, lights out football nonetheless. They're dominating their opponents 30-plus points in great fashion mode, ladies and gentlemen. They're actually making – the Buffalo Bills are making the 1990s Buffalo Bills look so much better right now. It's not even funny. It is incredibly insane, just the way this Buffalo Bills team is playing. But let's go back to Kansas City Chiefs, though, of course. I guess, again, they go this afternoon, scheduled for 1 o'clock against the Washington football team. Again, they're going up against their NFC East team. The Washington football team are right now currently 2-3 in the NFC East, while the Kansas City Chiefs are also 2-3 in their in the AFC. So who do I like? Again, ladies and gentlemen, I think Kansas City is going to rely so much today on their offense. Again, they definitely are. Again, they have a banged up defense. And again, ladies and gentlemen, the Kansas City Chiefs, they definitely know they can't afford to lose back-to-back weeks suffering a loss. So even though you know, they're trying to find the momentum to get back on the winning side, of course, after losing to the Buffalo Bills last week. So I do like Kansas City this afternoon. I do like them. Even though I did state a lot that need to be stated out there. I did state a lot of facts that needed to be addressed. But again, this is not a great Kansas City football team, nonetheless. Not to mention, excuse me. Not to mention Patrick Mahomes already has thrown 6-something interceptions, folks. Going into these last couple weeks. And it's not looking good again for Patrick Mahomes. I feel like Patrick Mahomes has definitely lost his game style, and he's trying to figure out where the Patrick Mahomes is that used to be, that beat the San Francisco 49ers to win a Super Bowl and end a 50-year drought. So again, last time the Kansas City Chiefs won a Super Bowl was dating back to Super Bowl 1, Super Bowl 1 or Super Bowl 2, whichever. Yeah, Super Bowl 1 it was. Oh my God, 50 years in the making there. And they finally got that monkey off their back, and they prevailed when they beat the 49ers to bring a second Super Bowl ring in their franchise history. But Patrick Mahomes, ladies and gentlemen, he needs to go back, ladies and gentlemen, and to keep continuing to study film and to figure out what's wrong and how to get back to that old form that Patrick Mahomes used to be in being that quarterback that could dominate the quarterback that he is. But, I mean, ladies and gentlemen, that offensive line, I cannot really say much about the Kansas City Chiefs. I mean, I think they're perfectly healthy. They're pretty good. They could do some damage. And it's all about – I think it's all about that offense this afternoon for the Kansas City Chiefs. So they will definitely pick up a victory. I think it'll be a very close game. Nonetheless, I mean, you're not really talking a blowout game. No doubt, no heck no, folks. You're not talking a blowout game here. I think it will be a very close game. Maybe you're talking maybe a 10-point differential or maybe a 7-point differential. It could be a 27-20 ball game here where the Kansas City Chiefs prevail, or it could be a 30-20 football game nonetheless. But Kansas City, I like them going this afternoon. They will improve their record to 3-3 nonetheless. All right, and the Washington football team will fall to 2-4. So unless Chase Young has something to say about it, but we'll see how it goes from here on out. All right, let's continue here. Green Bay Packers versus the Chicago Bears. We did talk about this yesterday on my podcast, on Saturday night's edition podcast. I do like the Green Bay Packers going into today's matchup. Justin Fields had a great performance at Allegiant Stadium against the Las Vegas Raiders last week. But then all of a sudden, the controversy with the Las Vegas Raiders, especially with John Gruden's situation with the email propaganda and all that. We'll get to Las Vegas Raiders in a couple minutes here, but Justin Fields, he did prevail. So consider Justin Fields actually lucky that he did prevail on the road against the Las Vegas Raiders, because right now, ladies and gentlemen, the Las Vegas Raiders definitely have they have a lot to address in that organization right now with the John Gruden situation. Now that John Gruden is out as the head football coach of the Las Vegas Raiders, and now they have to rely on their interim head coach. And who knows, maybe after week 6 of the NFL, going into week 7, maybe we might hear the Raiders might pick up a new head coach to bring into their franchise. We'll keep our eyes open. We'll stay glued to the computers, and we'll bring you the latest up to date on exactly how that's going to transpire and unfold. As far as the Las Vegas Raiders are concerned, they might bring in a head coach after week 6 of the NFL. We'll see what their approach is throughout midweek. But we'll get to the Raiders in a couple minutes here. But as far as Green Bay versus the Chicago Bears are concerned, I do like Green Bay Packers this afternoon against the Chicago Bears. Unless Justin Fields, again, he has a great performance and he carries that momentum moving forward back-to-back weeks. Again, he had a great, outstanding performance last week against the Las Vegas Raiders. So I won't be shocked if he carries that momentum going into against Green Bay. But ladies and gentlemen, Aaron Rodgers has finally figured out how to get that Green Bay Packers team together, especially with Davante Adams. Ladies and gentlemen, that guy is a hard-working ethic machine, folks. Nonetheless, give kudos, give credit where it's due, ladies and gentlemen, to Davante Adams. That guy is playing outstanding football as in his wide receiver position. Davante Adams, ladies and gentlemen, he's a hardworking individual, and it shows. Ladies and gentlemen, when you have that mindset, when you have that individual mentality, when you're focused as a football team, as a football unit, ladies and gentlemen, you can get so much into carrying your football team. And not to mention that chemistry is there. And Aaron Rodgers is finally figuring out. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm also surprised by this Green Bay football team. They have not looked back ever since suffering that loss in week 1 against the New Orleans Saints, where the New Orleans Saints had to play at Jacksonville because due to the hurricane that the New Orleans Saints suffered, where the New Orleans Saints, the city of New Orleans, had to get back together, and the Saints did not play until week 4 against the New York Football Giants. But nonetheless, though, the Green Bay Packers have never looked back since then, folks, and that's why the Green Bay Packers have finally figured out, and they're definitely clicking on both sides of the ball, not to mention. And again, Davante Adams, ladies and gentlemen, his work ethic is so tremendously amazing. It is out of this world, and it definitely shows. You have to give credit where it's due to that cheesehead to that Cheesehead Nation. Excuse me, to all the Green Bay Packer Nation fans out there that are Green Bay Packer fans, you just have to truly be amazed and truly really happy right now. Currently, the way the Green Bay Packers are just playing outstanding football, nonetheless, and it's awesome stuff. It's awesome stuff. It really is. So, again, I like Green Bay. They will improve to 5-1 this afternoon. So, Green Bay Packers will win that matchup. All right, let's continue here. Cincinnati Bengals versus the Detroit Lions. I know for a fact, ladies and gentlemen, the Bengals are not going to suffer the back-to-back weeks. They suffered a loss last week. Ladies and gentlemen, by the way, in week 5, ladies and gentlemen, what a game. What a game. It went to overtime between the Green Bay Packers and the Cincinnati Bengals. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a great football team. This is a great football team by the Cincinnati Bengals. Again, they played against a great Jacksonville Jaguars team 2 weeks ago when I was down in Orlando, Florida. When I was down in Orlando, Florida, ladies and gentlemen, when I was staying at the Hilton during that week, it was a Thursday night football matchup. I was down there in Orlando for my graduation, to graduate from college, ladies and gentlemen. I was at Hilton. I was at Hilton Hotel, and on Thursday I was sitting at my hotel. I was I believe I was having food that I bought from one of the restaurants at Orlando. It was great food in the making, nonetheless. And I was enjoying that food when I went back to the hotel room, and I was watching that Thursday matchup between the Jacksonville Jaguars and the Cincinnati Bengals. And ladies and gentlemen, again, this Bengals team was going up against the great Jacksonville Jaguars team, but then all of a sudden, Urban Meyers, he did the unthinkable. I don't want to go back and mention Urban Meyers again. All right, but the Jacksonville Jaguars did lose that team. I mean, they lost that football game, and they lost their team in general. But again, Cincinnati Bengals, ladies and gentlemen, this is a great football team nonetheless. This organization is playing against great football teams, not to mention. But if you go back to last week, though, when they went up against the Green Bay Packers, ladies and gentlemen, they went to overtime in that game. And ladies and gentlemen, who did I pick again? Who did I pick going into last week? I definitely picked Green Bay. Because Green Bay, ladies and gentlemen, they're definitely they're clicking on, again, like I mentioned, they found rhythm. That chemistry is there. That organization is coming together, folks. And Aaron Rodgers is having that football mentality, that football mindset again, to showing everybody in the whole entire world who truly Aaron Rodgers is all about. But ladies and gentlemen, again, you got to give kudos to the Cincinnati Bengals. Just the way they're playing great football against great teams. And they did go up against a great Green Bay football team last week. And what a great football game that was, going into overtime. And Green Bay Packers prevailing in overtime. And the final score was, 25-22 in that football game in week 5. And ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna get. Even though this week we're not really gonna get so much of a treat, but the Bengals lost that game though, and again, they're not gonna. They are not gonna suffer a back-to-back week loss, not especially against a Detroit Lions team. So they do go up against Detroit this afternoon. That game is scheduled to be a 1:00 p.m. game. Again, the Bengals are 3-2 on the season, and the Detroit Lions are 0-5. Detroit Lions will go 0-6. Again, Jared Goff, he still has not found his place. It's truly unbelievable. Jared Goff is definitely struggling. Nonetheless, it's incredibly insane how truly Jared Goff's valuable asset has dropped tremendously. When you leave the Los Angeles Rams and you go to the Detroit Lions, right now, pretty much the Los Angeles Rams are pretty much saying that they are tremendously thankful that they shipped out Jared Goff and they sent him out of his way. and he went to the Detroit Lions, and they picked up Matthew Stafford because Matthew Stafford is he's showing up, ladies and gentlemen, against this with the Los Angeles Rams, and Jared Goff he's still finding his place nonetheless. So the Detroit Lions, ladies and gentlemen, will go 0-6 this afternoon, while the Cincinnati Bengals will prevail, and they will improve their record to 4-2. Again, ladies and gentlemen, the Bengals, the only two teams that they lost to was the Miami Dolphins, and they lost to the Green Bay Packers. That was the only two teams the Cincinnati Bengals lost to. No, actually, no. I'm sorry. Hold on. No, the Cincinnati Bengals, they lost to the Chicago Bears. They lost to the Chicago Bears in the first week of the regular season. Was it the first week of the regular season? No. It was the second week of the regular season. They lost to the Chicago Bears in the second week of the regular season, and they lost to the Green Bay Packers. So those are the only two teams that Bengals lost to, the Bears and Green Bay. But they will prevail today against the Detroit Lions, and they will improve their record to 4-2. All right. So sorry about that, folks. But yeah, the Bengals, they will prevail today against the Detroit Lions. All right, and Detroit Lions will fall to 0-6. All right, let's continue here, ladies and gentlemen. So then that's my pick. That's my pick going to this afternoon. All right, Cardinals versus the Cleveland Browns. All right. Oh my God, why do I see this as an upset? Why do I see this as an upset this afternoon? Yeah. You know, you're going up against you're going to the dog nation is what I'm trying to get at here. You're going to the dog pound. All right. And this Cleveland Browns team, ladies and gentlemen, I mean, I just like I like Cleveland. I really do. I mean, and well, actually, here's a couple points. Actually, I like to go over to why the Cleveland Browns are the favorite. Cliff Kingsbury, ladies and gentlemen, is not scheduled to be there today. He's dealing with COVID-related issues, so he will not be at that game this afternoon. And so basically the Arizona Cardinals will be dealing with an interim head coach going into this game this afternoon. And not to mention, ladies and gentlemen, Cleveland Browns have Odell Beckham Jr. in the lineup this afternoon. And not to mention, you're going to the dog pound. Nonetheless, I cannot justify that. I really can't. You're going over there, and it does not look for Arizona. It really does not. Cards will be 6-0. Interesting. So Danny, welcome to the show. By the way, thank you for tuning in on this Sunday morning. Can you give me a reason why you believe the Cardinals will go 6-0 today? Because again, I do not like the matchup going into today's game against the Cleveland Browns. I just don't. Not to mention the Cardinals are playing without a head coach who is dealing with COVID issues right now, and I just don't like them. I don't really like the. I think the Cardinals are going to go 5-1 this afternoon. But give me your input. Give me your take here. I'd like to hear your thoughts to why you feel they're going to go 6-0. Please, change my thought here, change my theory on this. So why do you have a hunch? Why do you predict the Cardinals will go 6-0? I like to hear your thoughts on this, buddy. I really do. Welcome to the show, by the way. I appreciate you. Give me your thoughts on exactly why do you believe the Cardinals will go 6-0? Okay. Great analogy. Great analogy there, Danny. Baker Mayfield, he is that guy that tends to commit a lot of turnovers especially when it comes to critical games. I could definitely agree with you on that. And the Arizona Cardinals are a high power offense. And again, they proved it throughout these last straight weeks. No team in the NFL could stop this very high scoring offense. This very high scoring team in general on both sides of the ball. Their defense and offense, not to mention DeAndre Hopkins is playing incredible, amazing football nonetheless. But again, ladies and gentlemen, Baker Mayfield is really that quarterback. That is definitely he is considered that quarterback where he tends to commit a lot of turnovers when it comes to critical games. Kyle Murray, ladies and gentlemen, he's a freak of nature. He definitely is. And his stats really speak. They speak a lot of volumes too these last straight weeks. So I do like your analogy to how you pinpointed that out, how you put that across there, Danny. I really appreciate you giving that out and sharing it with the whole world, buddy. But again, I don't know. Your theory and your analysis and your analogy really do speak great facts. They really do. You're not wrong when you say that. But if you got to think about it, bro, I feel like going into Cleveland, bro, and it's an outside environment. And you know what? I don't know. I cannot. Not to mention I can't speak for the weather in Cleveland. I don't know how the weather in Cleveland is this afternoon. I think the weather is expected to be a little bit cool and crispy. Yesterday, not to mention we had a cold front come in here in eastern Pennsylvania where it started dipping down the temperatures to where, back to fall season, seasonable temperatures. So my guess this afternoon in Cleveland, the high temperature is going to be around 60 degrees, something like that. Even though it's cool and comfortable, right where we should be in the month of October. But again, ladies and gentlemen, the Arizona Cardinals are not adjusted to that climate weather. If you think about it, they play in Phoenix, Arizona. They play in the Staples in the Staples Stadium, Staples Center Stadium, where the temperature in Arizona is like around maybe 80 degrees, 90 degrees. He said the weather in Cleveland is not going to affect today, 61 and cloudy. Okay, 61 degrees and cloudy weather. So yeah, it's not going to affect. It's not going to affect. It's great. It's going to be perfect weather conditions. Like I mentioned, it's great, perfect October weather that you really expect at this normal time of the month for the Cleveland Browns and the Arizona Cardinals. But I don't know. I don't know. I like your analogy. I really do, Danny. I'm not going to take anything away from what you just addressed and stating your facts. And again, it's all coming from your opinion, from your perspective point of view here. Nothing's really convincing me that the Arizona could pull this off, though. I really don't. I feel like I don't want to say it's a trap game. I really don't. I don't want to say it's a trap game for the Arizona Cardinals because I'll tell you this, ladies and gentlemen, right now. If Arizona does lose this game, all right, hypothetically, they will learn from this and they will move on and they will pick up a victory next week, of course, because we all know, ladies and gentlemen, that NFC West is is the highest division right now in football right now. So they are the best team in the league, but that's not much convincing needed. Yeah, yeah, yeah. They are the best team. They are the best team in the league. They are the only undefeated team in the NFL currently right now. Excuse me. But it's not much convincing. No. Not to mention, Danny, the reason why there's no Danny. There's no reason to argue here. I mean, I don't think this is an argument conversation here, but I think it's kind of like an agreeing situation that Danny, if you think about it, bro, sports gambling, Danny, is definitely the hottest topic here in sports, in our sports generation. And if you look at this on paper in perspective, you're gonna have to go with Cleveland and that dog nation when it comes to sports gambling wise. I mean, the bigger picture definitely has to go with being the favor here. It's the Cleveland prevailing against the Arizona Cardinals. Danny mentioned also next week they have a short week. Yeah, they play Thursday night versus the Green Bay Packers, which will be a difficult game for them. So the Arizona Cardinals, they have to pick up a win. They have to pick up a win. They're definitely desperate in need of a win today against the Cleveland Browns. But I don't want to say this is a trap game because they definitely are on a short week. Not to mention because come Thursday night they play against possibly the Green Bay Packers, who are going to be prevailing this afternoon against the Chicago Bears, who will prevail to 5-1. So if you think about it, if the Green Bay Packers do go 5-1, and the Arizona Cardinals do go 6-0, it's going to be an interesting matchup where next week Green Bay becomes 6-1 and Arizona suffers their first loss where they go 6-1 also. But then at the same time, this is gonna make the NFC very, very interesting here, possibly to figuring out who's gonna be legitimate Super Bowl contenders. If you think about this, Danny, this is where we're gonna get our answer going into next week on this short week. Who is legitimately that Super Bowl contender favorite? And that answer is gonna come when the Green Bay Packers and the Arizona Cardinals collide. Who is truly that Super Bowl contender? Is it the Arizona Cardinals or is it the Green Bay Packers? And ladies and gentlemen, if it does turn out to be a trap game for the Arizona Cardinals where they do lose today against that dog pound, the Cleveland Browns, if it does turn out to be a trap game for the Arizona Cardinals, not only do they lose today, but they lose next week, and they're already looking at 5-2 window here. So I don't know if I even gave my prediction out. I probably did, but I do like Cleveland. I am so sorry to the Arizona Cardinals, but I do like Cleveland going into this football game. And not to mention, I think it has to do with sports gambling, folks. I mean, if the Arizona Cardinals look good in perspective, I mean, and stat-wise, you know what, ladies and gentlemen, and stat-wise, Arizona does definitely look good. And stats, they definitely look good. All right, but again, I think what's going to be a major blow to this Arizona Cardinals team this afternoon is not having their head coach. All right, and not to mention throughout the week, ladies and gentlemen, especially on I think like 2 days or 1 day before kickoff, before game day, they found out that their head coach is out due to COVID. So that kind of impacts this team because now they have to rely on their interim head coach to fill in in today's game. So I think that's going to play a little bit of a factor now that their head coach is not going to be that major factor going into today's game against the Cleveland Browns. So so I definitely like Cleveland. I'm sorry to all the Arizona Cardinals nation out there. The Cleveland Browns are going to prevail this afternoon. So Cleveland will prevail to 4-2, while the Arizona Cardinals will suffer their first defeat and fall to 5-1. And I really don't want to say this is a trap game. I really do not. But I'm hoping I'm wrong. On my perspective, I'm hoping I'm wrong, and that Arizona Cardinals do prevail and make some noise out of this game going into Cleveland. But we'll see how it truly unfolds. The game is scheduled to be a 4:05 p.m. game later this afternoon. All right. Let's move forward here. New England Patriots versus the Dallas Cowboys. All right. So I did not give my pick on this game. All right. I did not give my my week 6 lock on the Dallas Cowboys versus the New England Patriots. And a lot of people want their predictions on this game. So these last 3 weeks, the Dallas Cowboys have been playing outstanding football. Outstanding football. Whoever knew, ladies and gentlemen, that the Dallas Cowboys would be sitting currently in the NFC East at 4-1. At 4-1. Not to mention, Yes. Mac Jones is on fire, folks, and he's definitely going to take home field advantage to a advantage level this afternoon. Yes, he is. I do like the New England Patriots. So thank you, Danny, for pointing that out. The New England Patriots are my favorite this afternoon, folks. I think they have all the formula, ladies and gentlemen. And not to mention that the New England Patriots crowd are going to be by the New England Patriots side. And not to mention, I think Boston is expected to have great fall weather conditions nonetheless, after that cold front came through yesterday. Scoring update. Awesome stuff. Thank you, Danny. For that latest update, ladies and gentlemen. Danny has just informed us that scoring update has just been coming in. The Dolphins are up 7-3 against the Jacksonville Jaguars. Jalen Waddle's catch his first touchdown since week 1. Since week 1, folks. Currently, the score: Miami Dolphins 7, Jacksonville Jaguars 3. That's your current score update. Thank you, Danny. Thank you, Danny, for pinpointing that out and bringing it to our attention, ladies and gentlemen. Excuse me. Throughout this 4-hour show, we'll bring you the latest update on the scoring update between the Miami Dolphins and the Jacksonville Jaguars. But a good friend of mine, Danny, just came across that attention, gave that attention to bring that attention to me and to give it to everybody across the world that are listening in. That the Miami Dolphins are up right now, currently 7-3. And Jalen Waddle catches his first touchdown since week 1 of the NFL. So awesome stuff by Jalen Waddle, as the Dolphins are up 7-3 in that football game. All right. Excuse me. All right. So to go back to the Dallas Cowboys versus the New England Patriots, I like New England this afternoon against Dallas. Dallas will definitely fall, ladies and gentlemen, to 4-2. I do not see Dallas Cowboys going 5-1, especially against a New England Patriots team where Mac Jones is currently playing outstanding football nonetheless. So he's definitely great. He's on fire. And he prevailed, ladies and gentlemen, last week against the Houston Texans, and not to mention they were down in that game against the Houston football team. So to go up against Dallas Cowboys, I think they're definitely going to cool off Dallas tonight, and New England's going to definitely take care of the Dallas Cowboys, and they're going to use that home field advantage to their momentum nonetheless. So I believe New England Patriots will improve their record to 3-3. Yeah, they will improve their record to 3-3, while the Dallas Cowboys will fall to 4-2. All right, so that's my pick for you, ladies and gentlemen. New England Patriots will prevail this afternoon against the Dallas Cowboys football team. All right. Yeah, so, I think they're definitely going to cool them down. They definitely are. The Dallas Cowboys, these last 3 weeks, they had a great run. Starting off 4-1. Who expected the Dallas Cowboys, ladies and gentlemen, to be where they at right now, currently at 4-1. I think that's going to come down to a cool off this afternoon for against the New England Patriots. That game is scheduled to be a 4:25 Eastern time matchup. So New England will be the team that will prevail against this Dallas Cowboys team this afternoon. All right. So again, I like the New England Patriots nonetheless. Patriots are 0-3 at home. This is a must win today at home, and they have to do it for the absolutely. Danny, you definitely pinpointed it out there. You gave out some straight facts. Yeah, the Patriots are 0-3. I don't remember the time that the New England Patriots in their franchise history have gone 0-4 at home. I just don't remember when the last time they did go 0-4 at home. I don't think it ever happened. So I don't think they're gonna get a loss this afternoon. And not to mention the Patriots can't afford to go 0-4 at home. So they are definitely going to go 1-3 at home this afternoon, and they're definitely going to do it for that fan base and that New England Patriots team. What a great way to show out this afternoon against a Dallas Cowboys football team. All right. Let's go. Let's move on here, ladies and gentlemen. Again, we did talk about Las Vegas Raiders and their situation. They'll be going up against the Denver Broncos this afternoon. So it'll be the Las Vegas Raiders versus the Denver Broncos. The Denver Broncos are currently right now 3-2 in the division, while the Las Vegas Raiders are also 3-2. I do like the Denver Broncos going into this game this afternoon. So the Las Vegas Raiders, ladies and gentlemen, it does not look too pretty for them. Not to mention, they have an interim head coach that they're going to rely on for the Super Bowl future, maybe for 1 week. Who knows? Who knows? Denver wins. Denver wins that one. Yep. So Denver definitely wins that football game. I definitely like Denver Broncos going into this matchup because again, the Las Vegas Raiders are just definitely all over this place, folks. Not to mention they're going to be relying on that interim head coach, maybe just for 1 week or maybe moving these next couple upcoming weeks. Who knows? They might get a new head coach going into week 7. But as far as today is concerned, the Las Vegas Raiders will fall to 3-3, ladies and gentlemen. And this is the opportunity, ladies and gentlemen, for Teddy Bridgewater to really outshine and perform at a great quarterback that Teddy Bridgewater says that he is going into this afternoon against the Las Vegas Raiders. You know what, Teddy Bridgewater, this is your opportunity, my friend. This is where you need to shine this afternoon against the Las Vegas Raiders. And what a great way to do it this afternoon against a team that needs to figure out how to get that organization back to a winning formula. After the controversy and the propaganda that's been going on with the Las Vegas Raiders this past week before this upcoming matchup against the Denver Broncos. So what a great way for Teddy Bridgewater. He's going to be waking up on a great day. Ladies and gentlemen, to all the fans out there that play fantasy football, if you do have Teddy Bridgewater, I recommend you to start him today, ladies and gentlemen. I definitely recommend you to start Teddy Bridgewater. He's going up against that Las Vegas Raiders team, especially the Raiders are on the road. So they're going to Mile High Stadium at Denver again. You know how Denver is in that high altitude. It's tough to adjust in Denver. I don't know. Is it expected to snow in Denver, or are we supposed to have perfect weather conditions? I think it's supposed to be great weather. I think the weather is supposed to be pretty decent in Denver. But nonetheless, Teddy Bridgewater, this is your opportunity, my friend, to really outshine and show to the whole world who truly Teddy Bridgewater is all about this afternoon, going into this game against the Las Vegas Raiders. All right. So I do like the Denver Broncos in that matchup. All right. Here we go. Sunday Night Football. Seattle Seahawks, ladies and gentlemen, versus the Pittsburgh Steelers. Well, Geno Smith, I guess he's expected to start again today. And then you got, ladies and gentlemen, a banged up in the backfield, Chris Carson. He's not expected to play. Yeah, I like Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh will definitely win that football game. Ben Roethlisberger, this is his opportunity to also shine. Ben Roethlisberger has been dealing with a lot of controversy throughout these past couple weeks. So this is his opportunity later on tonight to prevail and come up with a victory. So I do like the Pittsburgh Steelers going into this matchup against the Seattle Seahawks. And this is another West Coast team, ladies and gentlemen, transitioning over to the East Coast. So, I mean, not to mention, I think the temperatures tonight in Pittsburgh, they will definitely plummet. They will definitely plummet down to maybe around the 40-degree mark. So we got a scoring update coming in from Danny. Ladies and gentlemen, right now, the score in London, it is 10-3 Miami Dolphins. That's your current score right now. All right, so it does not look for Jacksonville. It does not look good for Jacksonville. Oh, my God. What was I thinking in picking the Jacksonville Jaguars to pick up that victory? It does not look good. The Jacksonville Jaguars are definitely letting everybody down right now. So it was a 9-yard play drive ending in a 33-yard field goal. Yep. So, yeah, it was a field goal attempt by the Miami Dolphins. It was a 9-yard play drive. And they ended in a 33-yard field goal attempt. Thank you, Danny, for the scoring update. Much appreciated, my friend. This is what Worldwide Sport Updates, your podcast, your news is all about. Bringing you the latest up-to-date information, nonetheless. Awesome stuff, Danny. Awesome stuff. All right. Again, ladies and gentlemen, Pittsburgh will prevail tonight against the Seattle Seahawks under the lights Sunday Night Football matchup. All right, and I believe the Pittsburgh Steelers, they will improve their record to 3-3, while the Seattle Seahawks will fall to 2-4. So, not good. I believe right now, going into this week, the Jets they're in the bye week this week. The 49ers are on a bye this week. Who else is on the bye this week? So we have the Jets. We have the 49ers. So the Jets and the 49ers are on the bye week. Who else is on the bye week, folks? The Saints. Yes. The Saints and the Falcons. Yeah. The Saints and the Falcons are on the bye week. So we got the Saints, the Falcons, the Jets, and the 49ers. All of them are on a bye week. And I think this is the official bye week, right, of the NFL going into week 6. All right. So, yeah, we got 4 teams. So we got the Saints, the Falcons, the Jets, and the 49ers. All of them are enjoying their bye week going into midweek of the season of the NFL of week 6. So I think those are the first 4 teams to go on the bye week this week. All right. Great stuff. Your final matchup, ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow night, Monday Night Football, Buffalo Bills versus the Tennessee Titans. The Buffalo Bills will be traveling down to the Music City. And again, Buffalo Bills, ladies and gentlemen, are 4-1, and the Tennessee Titans are 3-2. Yes, I do like Buffalo in that matchup. The way Buffalo is, the way they just again, like I mentioned before, Buffalo has been playing unstoppable football these last 3 weeks, folks, and they're going to continue that trend. And I believe, ladies and gentlemen, that Buffalo's defense, they have the right formula. Oh my God, that formula is right where it needs to be to be definitely juiced up and hyped up for that game, to actually even get your popcorn ready, or maybe to order Domino's pizza for the night, that you're going to look at an amazing defense that has the ability, folks, to stop Derrick Henry, folks. I mean, we all know, ladies and gentlemen, Derrick Henry and what he's capable of to leaping against the defense, to finding open holes and attacking that defense where he sees that open field. We all know what Derrick Henry is capable of. But ladies and gentlemen, that night on Monday Night Football, if you want to know how to stop Derrick Henry, folks, and to cool him off and to make sure that he doesn't hit that 100-yard rushing, that Buffalo defense is going to give you the answer to making sure that Derrick Henry does not find an open field and possibly damage that defense. Yeah. Well, yeah. You know what, Danny? Yeah, you are definitely on point. Ladies and gentlemen, Danny definitely brings a valuable point. Derrick Henry doesn't find open fields. He definitely does make them. Yeah. He does. The guy is a beast of nature, so to speak. In the backfield position, the guy is tremendous athlete. So nonetheless, yeah, he doesn't find open fields. Sorry about that, folks. Yeah, Denny, he definitely brought that up to my attention. That if everybody knows Derrick Henry, I don't really know him that much, but I mean, I do see a little bit of his highlights here and there, but yeah, he makes them. He doesn't find those positions open. He makes them. Yeah, I mean, he could do them in his sleep for crying out loud. So yeah, that's what Derrick Henry is definitely capable of, and it's making them not finding those open holes. So yeah, that's Wait, you have Derrick Henry as your running back in fantasy? Is that what you're saying? Wait, Danny, do you have Derrick Henry as your starter for your fantasy? Okay. All right, so you have Derrick. Okay, so you have Derrick Henry and Josh Allen. But Danny, my good friend, my buddy of mine. I don't know how much Danny. I mean, I don't know how much Derrick Henry is really going to give out to you. I'll be lucky. Actually, Danny, you'll be lucky enough if Derrick Henry could post up maybe 10 points or maybe 15 points in fantasy points for your lineup. You'll be lucky. You'll be lucky and very fortunate enough if Derrick Henry could deliver that for you, because like you mentioned, he doesn't find open holes; he makes them. So, but I'm telling you right now, Danny, he is going up against a great. He's going up against a great defense. All right, yeah, 90 points. And Danny, that's not a spoiler, right? That's not a spoiler. That's actually a good valuable prediction, I think, coming from you, that you do expect, or maybe it is a spoiler. Who knows? 90 points between both of them. But Josh Allen will definitely give you a heck of a performance, nonetheless. No doubt about it. Josh Allen he definitely will. He's gonna definitely have a great game against that Titans team, the Titans defense especially. Yes. It is definitely going to be a high-scoring game, especially on the Buffalo Bills perspective side of things. But it's going to be a great game nonetheless. It is definitely going to be a great game between the Buffalo Bills and the Tennessee Titans. No doubt, no ifs, ands, or buts about it. It's going to be an awesome, tremendous game, and I do like Buffalo. Buffalo has just been playing lights out football, ladies and gentlemen, these past straight weeks. And they're going to be going up against the Tennessee Titans. And again, ladies and gentlemen, I don't know how much anybody in their fantasy league is going to get out of Derrick Henry, but hopefully, ladies and gentlemen, fingers crossed that he does give you maybe somewhere between 50 to 20 points, maybe 10 to 20 points, so much most likely, in your fantasy starting lineup. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, that's your week 6 football games. Can you believe we're already in week 6 of the NFL, though? That is crazy stuff. That is definitely some crazy stuff, ladies and gentlemen. That we're definitely talking about here. That week 6 already midway through the season, and we're definitely almost close to figuring out, ladies and gentlemen, who is really peaking at the right time to become Super Bowl contenders. So this is becoming really, really juicy stuff. Really, really juicy stuff indeed. All right. Scoring update. Let's give you that between the Miami Dolphins and the Jacksonville Jaguars. Currently in the second quarter, ladies and gentlemen, with 12 minutes remaining, the Dolphins are up against Jacksonville by a touchdown. 10-3 is your score currently right now in that football game. All right. Let's talk some NBA news, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, we did recap college football week 7. We did go over those college football games that transpired on Saturday. Hopefully you all enjoyed those college football games, ladies and gentlemen. There was a lot of upset specials that transpired on college football Saturday. So things to look forward to come this upcoming week in week 8 of college football. Penn State will play Illinois this Saturday at 12 p.m. Eastern Time. Michigan Wolverines will play Northwestern this upcoming Saturday, ladies and gentlemen. That game, I think, is scheduled to become a 12 o'clock p.m. Eastern Time as well. As far as the Michigan State Spartans, they're going to be on a bye week this week, possibly for an interesting matchup, building an upcoming matchup for October 30th, where it's going to be Michigan State Spartans versus the Michigan Wolverines, both of them colliding possibly at 7-0 come October 30th, 2001. What an interesting upcoming matchup, ladies and gentlemen. That is going to be possibly happening right in front of our eyes. That is something to get our popcorn ready for sure. Come October 30th, between Michigan State Spartans versus the Michigan Wolverines. But of course, the Michigan Wolverines have to get past the Northwestern football team first before we even talk about that matchup come October 30th. All right. So Michigan State Spartans will be on a bye week this week. Michigan Wolverines will play the Northwestern football team. All right. So that's your college football games, ladies and gentlemen. We recapped that. We did go over week 7. Hopefully everybody enjoyed week 7 of college football. Week 8 will be upon us. We will definitely talk about week 8 of college football this upcoming Friday, folks. We'll definitely talk about college football games this Friday. Nonetheless, we definitely will. So we will definitely talk about college football and what to look forward to this upcoming week in week 8. All right. So that's basically all your week 6 predictions, your analysis, your highlights. We've done, well, not highlights, but your predictions, your analysis that we did break down to you, ladies and gentlemen, for week 6 of the NFL. And throughout, ladies and gentlemen, right now it is currently 10:24 a.m. So currently we are going to give you the scoring update regarding the Dolphins and the Jacksonville Jaguars. Right now, ladies and gentlemen, that scoring update, currently it is 10-3 10 minutes and 33 seconds remaining in that football game right now. All right. So it is 10-3 right now. Currently, the Dolphins are up by a touchdown. All right. So we'll see. We'll see how that game transpires throughout this show segment. All right, ladies and gentlemen, not really much to talk about in the NBA. But the things, there's something to bring up to you folks, to bring up to your attention. NBA, ladies and gentlemen, will make its official regular season debut on Tuesday, October 19th, folks. On October 19th, it will be the Brooklyn Nets going off facing the defending champions, the Milwaukee Bucks. That game is scheduled October 19th, ladies and gentlemen, at 7:30 p.m. Eastern Time. October 19th, it will be the Brooklyn Nets versus the Milwaukee Bucks, scheduled for 7:30 p.m. Eastern Time, the official debut of the NBA regular season. And then you got a late game, ladies and gentlemen, a rematch of the NBA wildcard game from last year, where both teams were fighting for position between the Golden State Warriors and the Los Angeles Lakers for the number 7 spot to face the Phoenix Suns in the first round of the NBA playoffs. And unfortunately, we know the result of that game. The Los Angeles Lakers, they prevailed in that game against the Golden State Warriors. They knocked the Golden State Warriors out of the playoff picture. And Los Angeles Lakers were the number 7 seed going into that game against the Phoenix Suns. And unfortunately, the Phoenix Suns prevailed. But ladies and gentlemen, it will be a rematch between the Golden State Warriors and the Los Angeles Lakers. That game is scheduled to be the Lakers' official season debut on October 19th at 10 o'clock p.m. Eastern Time. That'll be the late game, of course. So NBA regular season kicks off, ladies and gentlemen, October 19th. You got 2 amazing games to kick off October 19th. Brooklyn Nets versus the Milwaukee Bucks against the defending NBA champions, Giannis Antetokounmpo and the Milwaukee Bucks organization. And then you got the Golden State Warriors against the Los Angeles Lakers. So things to look forward to for the NBA regular season this upcoming Tuesday. So awesome stuff as far as the NBA is concerned. And we're definitely hyped up and juiced up nonetheless. So definitely NBA season is definitely upon us, and it's officially underway as we speak, ladies and gentlemen. So it's going to be it is going to be an interesting it's going to be an interesting NBA season. Nonetheless, the hockey season has officially started. I believe Dallas Stars are scheduled to play today. Yeah, they are scheduled to play. There's only one hockey game going on today, folks. So the Dallas Stars will be playing this. I believe. I think that game was scheduled for 5 o'clock. Let's see who the Dallas Stars are playing, though. I believe they are playing. I think they're playing Avalanche. Are they playing Avalanche? No, excuse me. So they're playing the Iowa Senators. So the Dallas Stars and the Iowa Senators are scheduled to play today at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. So that's your NHL hockey news, of course. So NHL hockey season, regular season has officially kicked off, underway, started. But you only have one game from the NHL hockey today, and it will be the Dallas Stars versus the Iowa Senators. As I believe the Dallas Stars, I think they're trying to improve their record. Let's see here. Why can they not give me their record? This is unbelievable. What's going on here? Let's look at the standings. So 2-1. Yeah. So yeah, Dallas Stars are 2-1 right now. They're 2-1-1. And again, they will be playing against the Iowa Senators this afternoon. All right. So yeah, we'll see how that. Actually, I'm sorry, folks. I'm sorry that I'm giving you some incorrected information here. Dallas Stars are 1-1. So they won a game, they lost a game. So we'll see how they do today against Iowa Senators. All right, so that's scheduled. That is scheduled for later today at 5 o'clock Eastern time. All right. So so that's NHL news for you. As far as the NBA, again, the regular season kicks off on October 19th, 2021, where you will have the Brooklyn Nets versus the Milwaukee Bucks, the defending champions, and then you're gonna have the Golden State Warriors versus um, the Los Angeles Lakers. All right, so those are two NBA regular season matchups to look forward to on Tuesday, October 19th. All right, let's give you a scoring update here, folks, from the NFL. Dolphins and Jacksonville Jaguars are currently still at a touchdown lead here, 10-3, with 8 minutes remaining in the second quarter. So we still haven't even hit halftime in that football game just yet. But they're definitely close to hitting halftime for sure. All right, so we did talk NBA, we did talk NHL. Really, not much to talk about. We did go over college football games, ladies and gentlemen, and we are here for you on this Sunday edition, ladies and gentlemen, to go over and recap Week 6 of the NFL. Ladies and gentlemen, the floor is yours. I mean, throughout the next 2 hours, talk. If you guys have anything on your minds that you would love to talk about, please let me know. Chime your comments below, or let's get you guys on the air. How about that? Let's get your voices heard. Call me at 610-770-3698. That's the podcast phone number, ladies and gentlemen, to get you guys on the air on Worldwide Sport Updates, your podcast, your news, to talk sports and everything that's happening on our sports industry. Again, ladies and gentlemen, I want to go back and talk about what we covered last night in our podcast, between Kyrie Irving's situation regarding the vaccine mandate and Ben Simmons, holding out pretty much throughout the offseason before finally coming to his correct mindset to rejoin the Philadelphia 76ers. And ladies and gentlemen, I think, for some reason, ladies and gentlemen, the NBA, when it comes to Ben Simmons and Kyrie Irving, ladies and gentlemen, they're definitely making a stand, and they're trying to get their voices heard, ladies and gentlemen, that the NBA needs to start taking a different approach when it comes to the collective bargaining agreement. And what that, ladies and gentlemen, is it's the CBA, all right? And I think that's what it's all about when it comes to Kyrie Irving's situation and Ben Simmons' situation. The reason why this is all happening right in front of our eyes is the NBA's collective bargaining agreement definitely needs a different approach after the pandemic. And we all could agree upon that, folks. So maybe throughout these next couple months, maybe throughout these next couple weeks, for sure, we should hear something about the NBA's approach on the new collective bargaining agreement after the pandemic, because it's a major situation. I mean, not a major, well, something that definitely needs to be addressed. Definitely does. As far as when Ben Simmons will, he is with the team now. He is on the roster, but the question is, when will he play? We just don't know when he will play yet, folks. But he is officially with the 76ers. He's back on the roster, folks. His mindset is back where it needs to be. He finally figured things out. He got himself together, is where I'm trying to get at here. That's my point of view, folks. And hopefully we definitely see a new and improved Ben Simmons and the return of Ben Simmons, ladies and gentlemen, because, ladies and gentlemen, Ben Simmons, all he had to do during the offseason was really pretty much improve his jump shot and his free throws. That is all that really needed to be addressed during the offseason for Ben Simmons to improve and to show to everybody in the whole world who truly Ben Simmons is all about, folks. And we did talk about that in my podcast last night, and we did address that. Hopefully, again, ladies and gentlemen, Ben Simmons continues to be truly that valuable professional athlete that Ben Simmons truly says that he is. And hopefully Philadelphia 76ers, ladies and gentlemen, not to mention, they'll continue to become where they usually are looking to become and to prevail as as a basketball team, to become a truly title contenders, and to become pretty much in the NBA picture, nonetheless. And that's where their mindset is to get back in the championship title hunt, in the Atlantic Division. So that's the Sixers definitely. That's definitely their point of view. Definitely where they need to be, and that's their main goal, ladies and gentlemen, is to get back to basketball form, to get the 76ers chemistry back, to becoming that championship elite team, to hopefully representing, in the NBA Finals, come the month of June. So, and not to mention the NBA goes back to officially an 82 regular season, normal schedule now. So, it starts in October now, and it finishes in the month of April. The basketball season, it finishes in the month of April, and I think come April time, the month of April, that's where pretty much in front of your eyes, ladies and gentlemen, you're gonna be seeing the playoffs get underway, and then before you know it, during the month of May, going into the month of June, before you know it, the NBA Finals will be here. So finally, ladies and gentlemen, we could definitely speak that the NBA is going to be running on a normal schedule. One more thing to pinpoint out, again, Kyrie Irving, ladies and gentlemen, his situation, folks. Some people are with him. Some people are against him regarding the vaccine mandate. All right. Some people just don't agree with what Kyrie Irving is doing. And there's some people that disagree with what Kyrie Irving is doing. But ladies and gentlemen, at the end of the day, he is making his voice heard that it's all about health being the most important thing than money, ladies and gentlemen. Money is a second option to professional athletes. It is all about your your health. It's the main priority here. And you pretty much have an optional perspective things here that you are not supposed to be forced to get the vaccine. You're not supposed to be mandatory to get the vaccine. You don't know what's in that thing, and you're not supposed to be forced to get the vaccine mandate is pretty much where I'm trying to get at here, ladies and gentlemen. So it's all about, the health is being the main priority thing. And if it is to stay at home, ladies and gentlemen, and not to get anybody sick that you guys are going to be expected to be around when it comes to being around people, then so be it. But that's, the best the professional athletes, ladies and gentlemen, and professional basketball, this is not their intentions. This is not their mindset. This is not something they wish for. This is not something they expect to do. But COVID protocols are playing a major factor, ladies and gentlemen, in our sports generation. And it continues. It really does continue, folks. That COVID just continues to play a major factor nonetheless. All right. Let's give you a scoring prediction from the Miami Dolphins versus the Jacksonville Jaguars. Currently, second quarter, with 5 minutes remaining. The score is currently 13-3 Miami Dolphins. So currently, right now, the Dolphins are up by 10 points in that football game. I don't know what I was thinking in picking Jacksonville. Jacksonville just has no answer right now for the Miami Dolphins, none whatsoever. And it's a 10-point differential game right now, in London, ladies and gentlemen, so to speak. So I don't know what I was thinking. I really don't know. Picking Jacksonville Jaguars to win a game in London, it does not look that way so far. So right now, Miami Dolphins are prevailing. 10-point differential game, ladies and gentlemen. Right now, 13-3 is your ball game. in currently in London, folks, right now. All right. So again, ladies and gentlemen, if we can go over stats, let's go over stats between the Miami Dolphins versus the Jacksonville Jaguars game. Currently, Tua Tagovailoa, ladies and gentlemen, has one touchdown, 0 interceptions, 15 completion. Yeah, 15 for 22 completion attempted, ladies and gentlemen. And also, Jacoby Brissett came into the football game. He is 1 for 1 right now, and he threw for 25 yards. For some reason, I don't know what's going on with with Tua Tagovailoa, but Jacoby Brissett did come into that football game. If anybody could give me clarification to exactly what happened with the Tua Tagovailoa, I muchly appreciate it. I think it could be something that he suffered in an injury right now, but for some odd reason, I think Jacoby Brissett is in the game, or it could be Tagovailoa back in the game for something. I don't know, but if anybody has any up-to-date information on that, please let me know. As far as Trevor Lawrence is concerned, he is right now 4 for 7, and he only threw for 48 yards right now. So that's your scoring update between the Miami Dolphins and the Jacksonville Jaguars. All right. So everybody, let me know what's going on here. How's everybody's Sunday so far? Everybody's Sunday hopefully is going very well. And hopefully you guys are enjoying the crisp fall weather that we are having. I think temperature is expected to be in the 60s today here. Yeah, I mean, this is crazy, folks. That right now we really have not much. We don't have much really to talk about. I mean, we covered a lot, ladies and gentlemen, throughout this podcast today on your Sunday edition here. So we might cut short today. We really might cut short today. But at the same time, folks, we are definitely committed to staying here with you to give you the latest scoring update regarding the Miami Dolphins versus the Jacksonville Jaguars game, of course. We did say that, but at the same time, we thought that we had a lot of information to give out to you folks. And unfortunately, it doesn't look that way. But let's see if we could bring some boxing information for all the boxing fans out there. Let's see what's going on in the latest in the UFC perspective. So let's go through UFC reports. I don't know if anybody did watch boxing yesterday, but do we have any updates as far as the boxing is concerned? Yeah, we do actually have results from boxing, ladies and gentlemen. So Norma Dumont defeated Aspen Land yesterday in an anonymous decision, folks. So that was your boxing match last night. So congratulations to Norma. Andre Vorolowski defeated Carlos Felipe in an anonymous decision. Also, ladies and gentlemen, Jim Miller defeated Eric Gonzalez via knockout, ladies and gentlemen. That was your AFC reports. We're giving you UFC boxing reports updates, ladies and gentlemen. So we're definitely giving you, we're committed and dedicated to giving you all this stuff, ladies and gentlemen, as this is what Worldwide Sport Updates is all about. Menanion Floret defeated Myra Bruno Saliva. Nate Landwehr defeated Lundevikit Klein in a VIA submission. By the way, Manian Floret defeated Myra Buana Salavia via anonymous decision, just to let you guys know. And then Nate defeated Lundevikit Klein, via submission. Bruno Salavia defeated Andrew Sanchez via knockout. And Danny Roberts defeated Remezin in a split decision. Louisiana Carolina defeated Lupi Gondens in an anonymous decision. And Dana Bat Gurelet defeated Brandon Davis via TKO. And lastly, ladies and gentlemen, Arian Carnesli defeated Estela Nunez via submission, which was actually a rear naked chokehold in round 3. So that is your UFC results and updates and scores. The results. That's your UFC results coming in from UFC. UFC boxing from yesterday. All right. So amazing stuff nonetheless. All right. The floor is yours, folks. The floor is definitely yours. If we do not get a lot of people on here, we might cut it short, so to speak. I mean, we always say it's a 4-hour show, but again, ladies and gentlemen, when we have nothing to talk about and we covered pretty much everything that needs to be covered, we definitely tend to end up on ending up the show early than expected. Even though we say we are committed to giving you the latest reports on the Miami Dolphins and the Jacksonville Jaguars to the end of the show segment here. Unfortunately, we might not be able to do that if we don't continue the show as expected. So again, ladies and gentlemen, you don't know how the day turns out. Sometimes the day might turn out where we might squeeze in a 4-hour show. Sometimes we might not get lucky and we may only squeeze in a 3-hour show. Or we might even squeeze in sometimes a 2.5-hour show. It all depends, ladies and gentlemen. So what this show, ladies and gentlemen, is all about is it's pretty much giving you the latest updates that is happening, the important news updates that are happening around the world of sports. And we're definitely truly committed and dedicated each and every day. I mean, throughout our scheduled program, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, ladies and gentlemen. Fridays and Saturdays, 7 p.m. to 11 p.m. And then Sunday mornings from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. This is what Worldwide Sport Updates is truly all about. Your podcast, your news, to delivering sports each and every week throughout the week. And ladies and gentlemen, we did pretty good. Like I mentioned last night in our podcast, when we had our official debut yesterday, October 8th, October 9th, and October 10th, we did an awesome job. Our ratings actually started going up. We started getting noticeable, especially through our YouTube channel. So Worldwide Sport Updates, even though it officially made its debut October 8th, it's been getting noticeable throughout these past couple of days, last week and going into this week. So, ladies and gentlemen, without you guys, Worldwide Sport Updates would not get noticed. And this is truly awesome stuff nonetheless. So we also had an amazing week this week. Even though on Friday we did not have a live podcast, we had a recorded podcast on Friday. And if anybody missed that Friday recorded podcast, it is displayed on our YouTube channel, folks. So watch the recorded podcast. Also smash the red button. Subscribe to Worldwide Sport Updates. It's one word, folks. Worldwide Sport Updates Your Podcast, your news, to getting the latest up-to-date sports happening across the world of our sports generation and industry. When it comes to the NFL, to the NBA, Major League Baseball, to NHL hockey, to international soccer, if it needs to be that way. Everything, ladies and gentlemen, we are committed to here each and every day for you guys nonetheless. We did talk Major League Baseball playoffs. We did recap that the Dodgers lost to the Atlanta Braves on Austin Riley's walk-off single in the bottom of the ninth yesterday. Atlanta Braves beat the Dodgers 3-2 to take a 1-0 series lead, not to mention. And also, ladies and gentlemen, as far as the Red Sox, the Houston Astros, and the American League Championship Series round, that game is currently now tied in 1-1 apiece. And the Red Sox beat the Astros in Game 2 last night. 9-5 was your final score. And not to mention, J.D. Martinez, he made Major League Baseball history by hitting 2 Grand Slam home runs to start off the game. What a hot start for the Boston Red Sox. So, ladies and gentlemen, what a great start. What a good answer by the Boston Red Sox to come up and prevail to tie up the series 1 game apiece. Also, ladies and gentlemen, who do you like to see in the World Series? Do you like to see Boston versus the Dodgers? Mookie Betts facing his former team. Do you like to see Boston versus the Atlanta Braves? Do you like to see the Astros versus the Dodgers? Again, that's a rematch from the sign stealing scandal there. Again, would you like to see the Astros versus the Dodgers, or would you like to see the Astros versus the Atlanta Braves? Now, ladies and gentlemen, there is a lot of reports coming around and the speculation coming around that if it does turn out to be, ladies and gentlemen, hypothetically, if it does turn out to be the Atlanta Braves versus the Houston Astros, the Atlanta Braves are definitely the true favorites to winning this thing the whole way. There's something to truly look forward to, though. But we'll see. We'll see how it truly unfolds. So as we speak, but things to come, but things to look forward to at the same time. All right, let's give you a scoring update from the National Football League. Right now, currently, almost going into halftime with 2 minutes remaining in the game. Miami Dolphins currently 13, and the Jacksonville Jaguars are currently sitting at only 3 points. So it's a 10-point differential game as we guys have you here on the show here with us. All right. So if you guys would like to get on the air to talk sports, please let me know. Call me at 610-770-3698. Again, that is 610-770-3698. Your podcast, your news, worldwide sport updates. All right. So yeah, we definitely don't really have much to talk about. It's sad. It's sad, but at the same time, ladies and gentlemen, if we don't have a great audience, we will cut it short. We will cut it short. I mean, even though we are dedicated for 4 hours, if we covered everything, which we really did an awesome job today, in covering everything that needs to be covered, that's pretty much the way it is, folks. That's the way it is. So we hate to cut it short. We really do hate to cut it short because we are definitely a committed podcast for 4 hours. But if we don't have a lot of audience to interact with, we don't have a lot to talk about, we are truly tended to cutting it short and calling it a day. It's sad, but at the same time, ladies and gentlemen, this is the way it is. And we have no control over it. Yeah, that's the way it is. That's the way it is. All right, 2 minutes remaining before halftime, folks. Currently, Miami Dolphins are leading 13-3 in that football game. So that's your scoring update right now. They're in the 2-minute warning. They're close to halftime as we speak in that matchup. So, so that's pretty much it, folks. I don't know what else to say. Again, where we don't have. I mean, we did get a little bit of a decent audience. Again, we really appreciate it nonetheless on this Sunday morning's podcast edition. It's much appreciated. So we did have a little bit of decent. We did have great conversation nonetheless. A lot of comments were coming in. A lot of what people thought. They gave their predictions, they gave their analysis, they gave their highlight. I mean, their theory, their analogy, and we did talk injuries, ladies and gentlemen. We covered NFL injury reports. We did talk fantasy football, nonetheless. Excuse me. So we definitely did cover a whole lot. We definitely did. Not to mention. So awesome stuff, nonetheless. Awesome stuff, nonetheless. All right. We are going to go for a little bit of a commercial break. All right, just because, again, we definitely are slow this morning. So we are definitely this is not something, ladies and gentlemen. It's not in our intentions. You know, it's something we cannot control over, folks. So it is what it is. So this is it. I mean, you know, you're gonna have great days. You're gonna have amazing days. You're gonna have bad days. You know, that's the way it is. That's the predictable forecast, so to speak. But we're gonna go for a commercial break. All right. When we come back, we're gonna talk again. Miami Dolphins versus the Jacksonville Jaguars. They are now 1 minute and 43 seconds remaining before halftime. That's current score right now is 13-3 Jacksonville Jaguars. All right. So that's the current score right there. But right now, I'm going to go for a little bit of a commercial break. We're going to give you a recap, ladies and gentlemen, of Iowa, ladies and gentlemen. Of Iowa versus Purdue, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to go through some highlights from that matchup, what transpired yesterday in that football game. So while we're away, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Just sit down, relax, listen to some highlights from the college football game. That was really an upset yesterday. An unranked team, Purdue, beat the Iowa Hawkeyes 24-7 in that game yesterday. It was incredibly a great football game to watch, nonetheless. And ladies and gentlemen, the college football rankings, they don't get distributed. They don't get published out to the public until 2 p.m. Eastern time later this afternoon. So we'll bring you the latest up to date on that, nonetheless. But right now, we're going to go on a brief commercial break. When we come back, we will go over more of the Jacksonville Jaguars and Jacksonville Jaguars versus Miami Dolphins game. We might even throw a little bit of a highlight there of what transpired in the first half. If we're really generous enough, which we are definitely generous enough. Why wouldn't we be generous enough? So your podcast, your news, Worldwide Sport Updates. We'll be right back. We're going to take a brief commercial break. Here is a highlight, though, of Iowa versus Purdue.
On ESPN Plus. Charlie Jones is the deep man for Iowa. This will be a touchback. It will come out to the 25. He will throw it here on first down, though, and a strike. Up past the 40-yard line is Keegan Johnson still going. And the true freshman into Purdue territory. And finally knocked out a play. So just as we said that they haven't been talking about him in our meeting. Petrus with time. High throws. Picked off at the 25-yard line by Douglas. And a rare takeaway by Purdue. Just the third on the year. We talked about Iowa having the most. Purdue had the fewest in college football prior to that pick right there. Pass just sails a little bit high on Spencer Petrus. And Purdue in perfect position to take advantage. Good protection from the offensive line. That ball just floats. And you can see too high, tip drill, and a huge start for this Purdue defense. Jurek. So Purdue playing its second quarterback, and he keeps it here and has a huge running lane. Across the 45-yard line, it's a gain of 12 for Jack Plummer. O'Connell with time, and it's caught right at the line to gain by T.J. Sheffield. It will be a Purdue first down. Back in at quarterback. Iowa brings 5. And the pass is pulled in inside the 25-yard line by Sheffield for a first down. An on-target throw and a gain of 15 yards. In the last game Purdue played 2 weeks ago against Minnesota. He looks here and finds a receiver at the 20-yard line. Bell gets a first down, stays in bounds for a moment, and out of bounds at the 8. O'Connell steps up, keeps it, and dives in the end zone for the Purdue touchdown. So they had Burton and Plummer come in to run the ball, and it's actually the guy that they think is the best thrower, O'Connell, that gets the rushing touchdown.
The irony of the immobile quarterback finding pay dirt on the ground. Smart play.
Ivory Kelly Martin is the running back. He gets the carry here into the second level and knocked out of bounds into the Purdue bench by, feels like a big third down for Iowa, the way this quarter is going. And the pass is on target to Reganey for a first down into Purdue territory. And they do a good call. Potabom gets the first down to the 37-yard line. Fullback dive earlier. Here it is again, and Potabom again has the first down to the 25-yard line. He has 9 carries all season here on third down and 7. Karlaftis coming off the edge. Pinkus does find the receiver. It's Goodson for a first down to the 13-yard line. 4 on third down in this drive. Pass is almost picked off, and that would have been a house call for Jalen Graham, but he couldn't hang on. Here's Shudak on for the short field goal, and boy, he hooked that. Wow, Shudak, who only missed once all year in the last 4 against the Hawkeyes. Iowa rushes 5, and here's David Bell out in space. Look out! Bell into Iowa territory. They're trying to catch him at the 30. He's pushed and finally runs out of bounds. Kayvon Merriweather finally. O'Connell to Bell inside the 15, made one-man miss, but then he's gang tackled. So they get about 3 or 4 yards and just a moment ago. And Finneran pushes this one. Wow, 2 short field goals missed. Which, it's a nail biter. Thanks for watching. Probably weren't many. As Petrus finds an open man, it's caught, and Sam Laporta, the tight end, with his second grab, breaking some tackles. They inch closer to midfield again. They'll keep it on the ground. A lot of running room here for Goodson inside the 40. And finally, knocked out of bounds inside the 30 by Cam Allen. To Kelly Martin here. Petrus just lines up under the center. The quarterback sneak. They push him across the line for a first down. And they give it to Potabom for a 3rd time in this game. He's close to a first down. It is 1985, the last time they were number 2. And to the goal line and into the end zone, Kelly Martin for the Iowa touchdown.
Here's the key blocks you're going to take a look at right here. Watch this double. 84 Laporta, 78 Richmond. And you'll see the excellent cutback by Ivory Kelly Martin. Good push at the point of attack. Good vision by the running back.
Steve Kahn, the GM, and others as well. Chandler Jones out. O'Connell's throw is caught for a first down across the 40-yard line, 7th in the country. O'Connell off his back foot on a jump ball, and it's caught, but grabbed that time by Brock Thompson with Roberts almost back in the box. And it's a pass play. O'Connell being chased, throws on the run, and it's caught for a first down by Sheffield inside the 20-yard line and out. Down here. 3rd down and 7. O'Connell with time. Underneath pass, caught, close to a first down. Sheffield will see where they spot the ball. O'Connell rolling right, throwing, and it's caught by Sheffield for a Purdue touchdown. The Boilermakers retake the lead over number 2 late in the first half. An enormous score for the Boilermakers here late in the first half, given that they get the ball to start the second half. In the box here on 2nd down and long, bringing pressure. O'Connell with a long throw that's on the money to Milton Wright for a first down. Play fake here, setting up, taking a shot, going for David Bell, is pulled in inside the 25-yard line. He got some separation from the outstanding corner, Matt Hankins, the last 3 games total. O'Connell gets hit and buried back at the 28-yard line by Seth Benson. Now they back off. O'Connell gets rid of it, and it's caught at the 15. But down goes Wright, short of the line to gain. It's 4th and 4 in the first half. hogging the left upright, but it's good. And it's 17-7 time. Dave Pash goes to the board check. Tom Lugan, Bill, play action here. O'Connell with another long throw, and Bell is there to make the catch and run. Bell is over 150 receiving yards on the day. He's close to midfield, but he might be shaken. The way your offense has played this year might be tough to overcome. Some contact downfield, but they're going to say incidental. Oh no, another flag. It was late, really late. David Bell, Iowa, going to bring some pressure here. O'Connell has Bell. They had to respect him on the outside, and Matt Hankins giving him a lot of... Instead, out of the backfield, it is Downing falling forward and getting a first down. Benson with a tackle, but Downing able to move more mobile quarterback in. It's an option, and the pitch to Doru with a head of steam. Breaks a tackle and gets the first down. Wow, on 3rd down and 10. They run the football. O'Connell back in, rolling out, throwing, and what a catch, reaching out for the end zone, and a touchdown by T.J. Sheffield.
Just roll the pocket, speed out, Sheffield, strong hands, and let's see, he extends all the way out.
Did his hand
Where was his hand out of bounds? Yeah, I don't...
He got there with the ball initially. Watch, it actually comes out. It leaves his hand. That's a live ball. If it hits the pylon, it's a touchback, which means it's Iowa ball. So instead of a 24-7 game, Iowa gets the ball back. Down 10 at this point. Off of takeaways this year. They get pressure here. O'Connell throws it downfield, and a flag down. That's going to be interference. Garrett Miller, the... for a first down. It's David Bell is there again, but how about the throw by Aiden O'Connell? He was about to get hit. O'Connell, pump fake, throw to the end zone, and the ball is on the money. It's caught for a touchdown by David Bell. David Bell continues to torch the Hawkeye secondary. And the Boilermakers lead 23-7.
Here we go. Watch David Bell on the outside. Another double move. Inside, faking the in-cutting route. Gets out. Gets Matt Hankins.
That look is a look that can only happen by a Royal.
To just bite on it so much.
History did it in 22 games. Big Ten Freshman of the Year 2 years ago. On the return, Kelly Martin, and he's still going into Purdue territory at the 30, and finally knocked out of bounds at the 20.
They got to get this.
Will it be another quarterback sneak? It will be. Here comes the push from an offensive lineman at the end, and I think Petrus got it across. But again, you're relying on an offensive lineman to come from behind and shove the ball carrier. Now a flag comes in. Contact made it look like with an official.
After the play was over, on sports for my time, defense and
Boy, I don't know about the spot, though. He did not get it. It's Purdue football.
Of anybody who's done more with less or exceeded expectations the way Mel Tucker has now, getting his team to 7-0.
Danny with a catch out to the 40 right
offensively.
There's Petrus up 3rd down and 3, and it's caught for a first down by Keegan Johnson. 3 or 4 really good teams on that side. Petrus has a completion inside the 30 to Arlen Bruce. Petrus pass over the middle is picked off. That's going to end the game. Cam Allen read it and gets his 5th career interception.
Order and no ill effects whatsoever for number 16.
There's Jones. And Jones inside the 35 breaks to the perimeter. Inside the 10, and he gets tripped up. Quick. And Petrus's pass is intercepted again. It's Dedrick Mackey. Mackey stepping in front and getting the takeaway.
Long throw there for Spencer Petras and Dedrick Mackey.
All right, everybody. We are back. Sorry for that little mini commercial break. So we had to step away a little bit. We're back though, and we're gonna be committed to you guys for the next hour. Of course, here on Worldwide Sport Updates, your podcast, your news. We got some breaking information coming in from the Las Vegas Raiders. This is just happened to be brought to my attention. So the Las Vegas Raiders are reporting that they are expected to work out a settlement of $100 million contract regarding John Gruden. They believe that Mark Davis did not handle the situation regarding John Gruden very well. So that's the report that's coming from Las Vegas Raiders, that the Raiders are expected to work out $100 million contract settlement regarding John Gruden. So that's the reports that are coming in from the NFL. As far as scoring update is concerned, Miami Dolphins versus the Jacksonville Jaguars. The Jacksonville Jaguars scored a touchdown to make it now a 3-point game differential going into halftime. The score is 13-10, Miami Dolphins going into halftime. So we're gonna let you hear some highlights from the first half, actually, from the Miami Dolphins game. We're gonna do that to you. We're committed to doing that to you, folks. So we're gonna give you some highlights of the Miami Dolphins. All right, versus Jacksonville. Hopefully some highlights. Okay, so hopefully we can give you some game one highlights. Yeah. All right, I guess we could give you week one. Not week one. First half analysis and highlights of the Jacksonville Jaguars versus the Miami Dolphins. All right, so we're gonna let you guys hear some highlights, what transpired going into halftime with the score: Miami Dolphins 13, Jacksonville Jaguars 10, going into halftime. All right, here is right now highlights from the first half.
Wawa Catering makes hosting so much easier. Create a menu of Wawa favorites your guests will love. Like
Short to third and long, it changes those percentages drastically.
Yeah, the Dolphins with the most penalty yards of any team in the NFL. 3rd and 9. Down remains. Under by Loa goes back. Crab got away and got the pass away. Caught on it by Waddle. Hit on the play by the line. Gaskin back there, does another whistle. And this is against Miami again. Penalties for the most penalized team in terms of yards in the league.
False start. Offense number 73. 5-yard penalty. First down.
That is the left guard, Austin Jackson.
What's one last time, but they put themselves in a tough spot.
Now 1st and 15. Tua with a nice throw, and across the middle it goes, and this is receiver Matt Collins, who takes it near midfield up to the 48, picks up 17.
That allows the window to throw behind to Hollins to pick up the first down.
Offense right now, number 31 in the NFL, second worst in the league. They average 16 points a game. On the opening drive, brought outside by Davis, and Tua on the fly because the pressure was applied, and it was heavy, and it came from, it seemed like, every conceivable angle.
Ground to take big hit opportunity, but as you can see, right towards the end, someone lands on top of him, but it wasn't a direct hit right on those roots.
2 tight ends, Gaskin back there, 2nd and 10. Waddle on the move. And the quick throw again to the former Philadelphia wide receiver, Matt Collins, makes
They covered him up, allowed a completion to Holland.
Here's another in the game opening drive, and Malcolm Brown is in the offensive backfield with Iloa and offers a block and buys him time. And downfield he goes. That's Gesicki, the tight end. Lawson's got him. Jenkins has him, but not before he moved to the 20.
That's not ideal, but he was able to come up with the big completion, getting it inside the 30.
Gaskin back in with the first and tackle block. They set up the short pass, incomplete for Gaskin with the coverage on the play by the linebacker, Dakota Allen.
Smart decisions. He threw the ball away earlier to the right. That time he throws it low and left to keep it out of the defense's hands.
Two starters out today for the defense, including Tyson Campbell. Miles Jack is out as well. For the number 28 defense in pro football, 2nd and 10. This is caught by Smythe, the tight end, who is quickly grabbed by Damian Wilson, the ex-Kansas City Chief linebacker. And on the play,
Those what we call drive starters, just to put yourself in a good down and distance.
Gaskin remains 3rd down and 3 in the game-opening drive, and that's Albert Wilson on the move. Eichenberg with the block at the left tackle. Time to get it to Waddle. Covered on the play by Herndon. They got another first down. Put him at the 16. Catches on this drive of 6, 7, and 9 yards. Gesicki for 20. In the pistol, Gaskin. And tripped up initially there by Roy Robertson-Harris on that defensive line. Staggering ahead. Put him at the 13. And he'll get 3 on first down. Miles Gaskin in the backfield, 2nd down and 7. Tagovailoa. Blocked by Davis at the right tackle on the move, and here he goes. Hits the deck at about the 6-yard line, and that's where he'll be put down. And he moves up, the mobile quarterback. There's a couple tight ends, 1st and goal. And he's got the touchdown. A great strike by Tagovailoa. It's a 6-yard touchdown throw, and the dog
Play, but as soon as Tua saw that coverage, that front, he knew he had that slant open for a touchdown.
worked down the defensive back, Nevin Lawson. Now here is Sanders, who has made 54 consecutive PATs, and that's 55, and has
Pushed them back. They were able to overcome those mistakes, go down to get a score on the opening drive.
the dynamic Paul Agnew is back. Top kick return man in the NFL for the Jacksonville Jaguars in an early hole. And here comes Agnew on the fly from the goal line to return for the Jaguars. And then stuck.
If you make a mistake, you have a little bit more room for error. In the NFL, I've had to recognize a little bit of a mistake is going to be a big costly mistake.
With a 1st and 10, and quickly to go outside. This is Agnew, and he has room to roam in the secondary, and knocked out a stride there by Holland. He's quick, the former Lion, caught and ran and picks up. Yeah, he loves space for sure. The running back is James Robinson. At the side of Lawrence, he's the number 4 rusher in the NFL. At the 46, Agnew on the move. And he goes outside to Agnew as a former cornerback in college. Hit initially right there by Igbenogany and knocked down. Baker was over there. They get a gain of 1.
It's on because of the amount of blitzing that the Dolphins like to do defensively.
So Linder is gone. A.J. Cann, their guard. 2 interior starters out. 2nd down, 9. Robinson. Got a nice block in there by Dan Arnold, the tight end, and around his ankles he finds Andrew Van Ginkel out of Wisconsin. The gain to the 46, and he picks up 7, bringing now 3rd down.
Frees up the other linebackers and tacklers to get in open space.
5 defensive backs. Lawrence faces 3rd down and 2. Nice pocket. 1st down throw. This is caught by the tight end Arnold. They just got him from Carolina. In a trade in September, a catch and run takes it down to the 27-yard line of the NFL. 2nd down and 10. First possession for Jacksonville. It's Robinson trying to go inside. Taylor is offering a block, and he's forced outside. Igbenogany makes the stop. He's been active. Timeout Miami's defense, which has really struggled this season.
Before the snap.
From London, we'll be back in 30 seconds.
A year ago, they were number 1 in the NFL on third down. This year, they're last in the NFL on third down. So this is key to try and hold them to a field goal. Hold the Jaguars to a field goal.
Giving up 57%. You're right. Third down 5. They bring 4. Lawrence, trapped by Arnold, right in his gloved hands and incomplete near the 10.
Interesting with the field goal attempt for the Jags.
Matthew Wright will put it out there on a 40-yard try. They're the only team in the NFL without a field goal. Wright won a kickoff with Josh Lambo. Wright used to kick for Pittsburgh. Here is the first field goal of the season for the winless Jacksonville Jaguars. A nice run deep in Jacksonville territory. And number 32 running the ball. Second possession, 19-yard line, 1st and 10. Fake to Gaskin. They get around Davis, and he goes deep, and he's got Gesicki hurdling a defender and over.
Maybe harder than that.
Nice attempt nonetheless, and it's a 1st and 10 handoff to Gaskin.
Ball came out.
It sure did, and jumping in there looking like they may have it is Malcolm Brown, and also some help from Wilson, but recovered by Myles Gaskin, and it's a gain of 4.
And Kevin, the completion on first down, going back to that throw by Tua, incredible touch getting over the outstretched arm of Damian Wilson for the Dolphins moving forward in this game.
He's got some new protection he is wearing today as well. 2nd down and 6. There's a little handoff right here, a rare run. Ahmed picks it up right there. Mel, what do you have? Got a hamstring issue. They're 3 of 3 on third down, 3rd and 1 right here. And Brissett drilled as he throws by Hamilton, but he gets it downfield, and it's caught by Smythe. Right in front of Josh Allen, the tight end, and boy, the Buccaneer defense. Von Ahmed remains 1st down and 10. Davis, they get by him. Ahmed outside, chased by Wilson, and shoved out of bounds by Lawson. As he
Gesicki was pleading his case, you're right.
So Gesicki caught one for 22. Smythe caught one for 25. And Ahmed just caught and ran one for 15. 1st and goal. The pistol. Run by Loa. The stiff arm by Ahmed, who drives over the guard, and he goes down to the 1. Flag thrown on the play, hit by a couple. And Quarterman was there, the linebacker.
Holding. Offense number 82. 10-yard penalty. 1st down.
Ethan Carter, the tight end, will pick that up. They've got 4 of them out today. Is Adam Shaheen with the right knee inactive.
Well, Carter is the tight end that was coming in motion, and then it was a counter action, and he was actually leading at the point of attack. Gets called for the hook and the hold. He gets that left hand up there and grabs the shoulder pad, as the official from behind could easily see it.
Ahmed was waved by.
All right. Okay, folks. So we are, so that was, okay, we're back. So, ladies and gentlemen, that was the highlights of the Miami Dolphins versus Jacksonville Jaguars. First half game highlight.